My apologies for being a little bit late. I would like to welcome you all to this morning's board meeting and ask that you all please rise and join Chaplain William Glazier of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department in the invocation. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Almighty God, we come before you with grateful hearts. We're so thankful for the blessings that we receive from you. And our Father, we would not weary you in always asking for something. This morning we pray that you would take something from us. Take out of our hearts any bitterness that lies there, and any resentment that curdles and corrodes our peace. Take away the stubborn pride that keeps us from apology and confessing faults that make us unwilling to open our hearts to one another. For if our hearts are closed to our colleagues, they are not open to you. Most gracious God, we are facing activities and opportunities of another week. May we be eager and not reluctant. Keep us ever alert to the need for change and open as channels for your power. Help us to keep keen the edges of our minds, to keep our thinking straight and true, that we may be able to do that which you've called us to do. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Would you please join me in the salute to our flag, and keep in mind that today is Veterans Day, and that we thank and appreciate all of the men and women who have served this nation so well. Hand over heart. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Thank you, Chaplain Glazier. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Motion and a second on the minutes. No opposition. They stand approved. Item 4, agenda review. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. There's some minor adjustments on item 13 for clarification. That will require a 4/5 vote, as all budget adjustments require 4/5 vote. And item 15, which is on the consent agenda, but I think you may want to pull that and discuss it briefly on the hybrid vehicle report, one of the policies that you instituted in the past year. And I think there's one other. I think it's under Public Works. Item 48. I'd request that you continue that for 2 weeks to give me an opportunity to have one last review of the scheduling for when rate increases would be approved and notified to all the cities, to be sure that we're in sync with the other communities when and if your board decides to make surcharge changes.
Okay, so item 48 is continued 1 week. Any board members?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to comment on item 18 before we approve the consent calendar.
Okay. I'll go back and find it. Item 18. Okay, do I have any other comments on the agenda from board members? Okay. Any cards on the consent? Okay, having none, Chair will entertain a motion on all of the consent items except those that have been pulled, and also item 18 and 15, which we will discuss briefly.
Move as amended.
Second. Motion and second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 18, Supervisor Bennett.
I just want to try to call attention to the public and to all of us for this. This is a contract with HealthNet focusing on insurance for the working people who are uninsured, specifically focused on Latinos. And I think it's really good to see the insurance industry trying to address this population with a unique product, and for us to try to work with them. The one thing I would ask is that I'll ask our CEO to ask our staff that we get a report back on their enrollment or utilization maybe in another year. But this is a great, healthcare is broken in this country, and this is certainly a modest attempt to try to do something to solve one part of the problem. So, thank you. With that, I'd move item 18.
I have a motion and a second. Any further comment? Opposition? Motion carries. And then the other item was item 15. Any comments, Mr. CEO?
I just wanted to highlight the fact that your board did establish a policy to encourage the use of alternate fuel and dual fuel systems. We have our fleet manager here and our GSA director. I don't know, Paul, do you want to make any comments or be available at least for questions if the board has any? This was the beginning of the program, and one that you'll probably want to expand on with regard not only to fuel but the efficiency of the various vehicles that we use.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Paul Ruffin from the General Services Agency. As Mr. Johnston was pointing out, this is the first annual report on the new policy that was enacted last year. GSA staff has believed the process is going well. As was mentioned in the report, there will be 8 additional hybrids entering our fleet, we think, in the next 90 to 120 days. We think that is good news because, as mentioned in the report, the fuel efficiency is truly there. So that's going to help us with being environmental friendly. And since we're tying this to it needs to be cost effective, we're also gaining that benefit as well. So with those 2 points to highlight, I'm available to respond to other questions.
Questions? Supervisor Bennett.
Don't have a question, just a comment to try to highlight it. Not only do these things make sense when you figure out the fuel savings in the long run, and particularly as we saw these gasoline prices spike up on us this summer, we have the potential for significantly higher fuel costs. And I know when we were doing this last year, I think we did this with an estimate of $1.50 a gallon. And we certainly went over $2 a gallon for a while, and now we're back down, but there's no certainty how long that will stay. So certainly there's potential for even more savings, and eventually what my hope is that that savings gets to the point where even the compacts it's better to go with the hybrid. But what I would like to point out is, I think a fact that you put in there is that these hybrid cars that we have put out 1/13 the smog-forming compounds of the regular vehicles. And what a tremendous, just in Southern California, if we could convert the majority of the vehicles to hybrids, we would have a tremendous impact on the air quality in the whole Southern California airshed. So thank you very much, and it's a good start for us.
Supervisor
Madam
Long?
Chair, this really was a good report, and indications are strong that we're on the right path here. And I think it would be, it's certainly solid enough to at least share with the cities and school districts who have fleet vehicle operations, and for the Air Pollution Control District Board to also receive the information.
Okay, we'll be glad to forward copies.
Okay, thank you. Any comments since you drive a Toyota Prius?
Yes, I both drive one, and so does my wife. The mileage on the Toyota Prius that shows here at 43 miles per gallon, which is what you get kind of around town. They advertise them where you're supposed to get better mileage around town than on the highway, but my experience is the opposite. With just even modest attention to your driving, it's 50 miles to the gallon on the highway, which is pretty amazing. Mm-hmm. The managers of the county where they have requested vehicles, or when their vehicles are replaced, we are strongly encouraging them to replace them with the hybrid vehicle, unless there's some kind of functional requirement for their job that it wouldn't meet those needs.
Good. Well, I've ridden in the Prius, and it's amazing. It looks like this little thing, but it's very large inside, and the gas mileage, and it's so quiet. And I think it's kind of one of those things where government policy really should be to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. And, you know, we talk about clean air and we talk about single occupant vehicles and using fossil fuel, et cetera. But this, now we're doing something about it by encouraging our own government use. And so, excellent report, and be interesting to see what happens next year. See how many we can have by then.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that,
Madam Chair?
yes, and thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair, There's
ma'am.
come to my attention a minor correction required on item 11.
Okay, wait a minute, I need a motion on 15 to receive and file. Motion and second. Any opposition? Seeing none. Item 11.
In the discussion on the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, I just wanted to note for your board that there is an incorrect sentence. There's no indirect program cost with this item. The Ag Commissioner and the CEO were informed yesterday.
I'm sorry, say that again now that I found the page.
Bottom of page 2,
Right.
you'll see an amount 1,461.
Uh-huh.
That should read 1,900. Top of page 3, that phrase indirect program cost of 439 should be deleted.
Okay.
Because it wasn't in the recommended action, I figured I should just read it in.
Okay. Everybody got those changes? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, if I can find the rest of my agenda, which I put somewhere. Okay, I'll do it this way. With that, we have done consent. Public comments. Do I have any public comment cards? Thank you very much. Clarence Freeman? Oh, I have an extra copy. I just got it out of order.
Good evening, not good evening, it's good morning. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Clarence Freeman. I'm a engineer. I've been one for 65 years, longer than most people have been alive. And I live in Fillmore. And I'm coming here to speak about the existing eroded condition of the concrete channel at Pole Creek. And it's just a coincidence that you're entering into an agreement with a developer. I had made this presentation, not with certain props I've got here, at the LAFCO meeting, and it was ex-mayor Gunderson who suggested I present it to you. And cut to the chase, see if I can do this fast. If you look in the package of the letter that I wrote, you'll see that there is a memorandum from Denny Twan. At the time it was the Ventura County Flood Control District, now the Ventura County Watershed Protection District. And his last paragraph. In discussion with Bert Rapp, Fillmore City Engineer, Bert indicated the rebar, that's the reinforcing steel in the channel, is exposed throughout the concrete channel. And this is Denny Twan's words. The channel needs to be resurfaced to maintain its structural integrity as well as convey the 100-year storm runoff. Now, the only thing I have to object there is resurfaced. You cannot repair reinforced concrete by resurfacing. You have to repair it. You have to develop the bond between the reinforcement steel and the concrete. And I did not have this demonstration when I made the same testimony in front of the LAFCO meeting that was held in this room because I thought that what I would say at the time would be listened to, but apparently it wasn't, because you get these comments from the Griffin engineer and from the engineer of Fillmore was they were disingenuous and misleading. They said that the condition was something that could be taken care of by ordinary, regular maintenance. I made this model. It's about 1/10 scale, and it shows to scale it's a cross-section through the channel, and it shows to scale how it was original. And if you look at it, it's relatively stiff. I've marked in red where it's eroded, and it's a structure that did what it was supposed to. It was designed for 4,850 CFS at the time, 50-year flood. But due to the erosion, there is now a hinge in the middle of it. And the way you can tell there's a hinge, here is some reinforcement just picked up, or one of them was picked up off the bottom of the channel. The other one was held on a little bit, and with one hand I could wriggle it off. This is after their regular annual maintenance, which they accomplished sometime in October. So without reinforcement in the middle, you've developed a hinge. It would be called a structural hinge. Now here is a structural hinge. Now this channel, I do not believe it was designed for uplift, but it's very simple to get the idea of uplift. It's the same uplift that you get in a swimming pool in your backyard if you have a high water table and you empty the swimming pool. Some swimming pools move up a couple of inches or a foot or so. It also happens in tanks at sewage disposal plants and so on. But there are other kinds of uplifts that are very, very dangerous. For instance,
You need to wrap up your comments, sir. You have 10 seconds left.
Comments are that in the words of people from the Ventura Watershed Protection District, the channel is not adequate to pass the 100-year flood, which in 1978...
Sir, your time is up.
Well, I just want to mention one other thing. The flood has now been increased 33% higher than what passed through the channel in the flood insurance study in 1978.
Okay.
So it might lap over
Thank
the
you,
sides.
sir, for your comments.
Could I ask a question?
Certainly.
Yes.
Is your discussion in relationship to our agenda item
No.
on Pole Creek?
It was,
Okay.
it was just a coincidence. But
Okay.
but
I didn't know if you were in support of it or opposed to the agenda item, which I think is to study
I
that.
knew nothing about that.
Okay, thank you.
But
Thank
there's
you
only
very
one
much.
other
Thank you,
thing.
sir.
Yes,
Thank
but
you. Your time is up.
I understand.
I'm
but-
sorry,
All right.
sir.
Well, that's the
There are
trouble.
other people who wish to speak under public comment.
This is a very serious matter.
I understand. We have your handout. Thank you very much. Mark Graves.
Hi, I'm Mark Graves. I had the misfortune of being elected president of the Channel Islands Marina Boaters Association, NLLC. Last week you heard the Channel Islands Yacht Club give a presentation where they want to go direct to the county and give the rent directly to the county. I believe they mentioned about $600 a month, $7,000 a year. The boaters bid for that building to be used for all 550 boaters and to let the yacht club people hold their meetings once a month there, you know, in their events, because a lot of them have boats there, so they're included in the 550 boat slips. Under their proposal, the county gets $100,000 a year, not $6,000 or $7,000 a year. That's pretty easy to understand. Each boater pays $50 a month in dues, which is $300,000 a year. We offered the county 30% of gross, $100,000 a year, or $4 million over 40 years. That's a lot of money. As for the sailing center thing, the consensus seems to be if it's not moved, it's lost. Move it or lose it. That people will work at the state level to kill the funding. So that's where it seems to be at from, you know, across the water, our point of view. Um, Also, you have all the for-profit bidders, and I'm going to try to make a real simple illustration here. When you have to spend 10 or more $1 million rebuilding the marina, and each $5 million it takes 15 years to pay off at 1% above prime, that's paying $500,000 a year. 10 million's $1 million a year. Excuse me. And you have for-profit companies that take 50 cents on every dollar and pocket it. Say they go buy candy with that 50 cents. Versus the boaters proposal where we take $1 in and we put the whole dollar into a rebuild in the operation. We don't want a penny of profits. We don't want to pay big salaries to our people. Nothing. It's easy to see that over a 40-year period, we're talking about a lot of money. And it makes sense that the boaters put together a proposal that pays the county and the taxpayers over 70% more money than any for-profit company could. It's that in a combination of what we're doing there, what we hope to do. For instance, CIM, say, makes $1.5 million a year right now. Let's call it the boaters bring it up to $2 million. That's $20 million in 10 years. That's $80 million over a 40-year lease. And that's $80 million that the boaters pour back in. And out of that, the county doesn't walk away with $20 million. If we give them even 50% more, they get $30 million. This is only 500 slips out of, say, 5,000 in the county. If you do an experiment and let the boaters run their own marina, and this comes to pass, you might say, gee, why don't we do this with all the marinas, and if we can increase the county's money by 50%, you're talking mega millions. I mean, that's taking you from 20 million to 30 million just with our plan, you know, using simplistic numbers, not getting into a lot of details and stuff. 5,000 boaters would be taking it from, say, 200 million to 300 million in the county's pocket over 40 years. This is something that really needs to be looked at in depth. You know, I do know that last January I went and listened to the archives when I spoke, and I said, you know, don't let this go down the path of a lot of lawsuits. Now we have, I guess, 4 lawsuits. I also said that the county's agenda, this is in January, the county's plan is to take over CIM. Now the proof's in the pudding. The county took over CIM. Ever since January, I also said that the county's plan was to give it to Vintage. Now this is documented on our website and in other places. And the county, from all apparent facts that everyone has, is giving it to Vintage, recommending Vintage. Now we have the other bidders, the big companies that are crying foul. If Vintage gets it, and I'm sure you've heard the scuttlebutt here, that the other companies will sue, saying that the RFP process and selection process wasn't legally followed. Now what's this do? Make the county back up to square one and put out a new RFP? Or is it just going to be years of lawsuits until taxpayer dollars are expended to compensate people that sue? Going, okay, you're right, here's a few $1 million. This isn't good for the county. One way to put an end to all this is turn it over to the voters, because they do have the best proposal. The county wins, the voters win, all the suits end. Nobody can beat that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That's all the cards that I have. We will move to board comments. Supervisor Parks?
I just wanted to tell the board about a real positive, another positive experience with the fires, and that was the City of Thousand Oaks put together their emergency operating center, and I was invited to attend. And they have access to their government channel, which is TOTV in Thousand Oaks. And at my request, they included in their update information to Oak Park residents to let them know about the potential threat to Oak Park. And we really don't have any other kind of medium out there to bring that communication. So I just think that was a wonderful sharing with the city and the county on that. And I do appreciate that. And that's something that we can look at as we go and analyze and review how we can make things even better, even though I think we had some tremendous successes. That's another way that we can help in communication and see if we can get cooperation with the cities that do have access to government television to help areas in the county. I'd also like to request that the board close in honor of the individual on this list and wish everyone a happy Veterans Day.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Flynn.
Very much, Madam Chair. I would ask that the board adjourn in memory of the list presented to the clerk of the board. I do have one comment, and I'll do it as quickly as I possibly can. We all know that the food markets, the supermarkets employees, some have been on strike and some have been locked out. And we read this morning in the LA Times and the Ventura County Star that the market management and the unions are back, and the union, United Food and Commercial Workers Union, back at the table, which is a good sign. I hope they can bring this issue to a good conclusion, and that would be a conclusion that would be fair on both sides. There are, however, people who have been selectively locked out of the stores, and that's what you see with lockout. It's selective with lockout. The markets selected certain individuals to lock out of the stores and kept others. And this issue has come into my office from the lockouts, and that they say they've been denied unemployment insurance based on some law dated, according to their comments to me, 1949, called the McKinley Law or McKinley Act. And I would hope that the state could take a look at this and make sure they're accurate. They've denied a lot of applications in this county, but the rumor has it in Orange County that people have received unemployment checks who are locked out. So I would hope that they would look at the issue a little bit more carefully than they have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you, Chairman Michaels. Two people I'd like to call out to adjourn in memory for. One, Edward James Callender of Ojai. He was a founding member of Help of Ojai, member of the Ojai Planning Commission. He was the chairman of the Ojai School Attendance Review Board and is a recipient of the Rotary and Optimist Club Awards. He was a JC Man of the Year in Ojai, and he was instrumental in the development of the Soul Park Golf Course, and he coached golf at Villanova until he was age 80. He is the father of Susanna Arce, who is the assistant principal at Nordhoff High School that I served with while I was there. So I would certainly like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of him. And then also John Talman, and he was a former Ventura Community College District trustee and administrator, and the other people on this list. And also with this being Veterans Day, 11 o'clock being the magic hour, I shouldn't say magic hour, but the ceremonial hour for Veterans Day, 11/11 and 11 o'clock. I certainly want to pass my condolences on to all the families that have lost a veteran in the war. Thank you.
Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. I'd like to, a couple of things. The information that was provided by Mr. Freeman this morning, if you'd please pass it back to me. It is something that it was brought to our attention during the LAFCO discussion and appropriately brought to the board. Certainly our Director Jeff Pratt is aware and has some working on some plans for Polo Creek. So there are some concerns there, no question. And I appreciate Clarence Freeman. He's left, and as you know, Clarence, he's been before us many times. He's 85 plus and just a remarkable man engaged in the community greatly whenever there's issues regarding flood control, and his engineering expertise, and appreciate that. I would also like to acknowledge Veterans Day today and to thank those who have served our country, honor those who passed while in service, and in a special, if I might take a moment to express appreciation and honor for both my husband, my brother, and both of my brothers who all served in military service and in response to our country's needs. And also to ask to adjourn in memory of those included on this list. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the receipt of a letter from Navajo County Board of Supervisors. They enclosed a resolution expressing concern, sympathy, and support for those affected by the wildfires that have devastated the California counties of Los Angeles, San Bernardino, San Diego, and Ventura. And I will pass the resolution around, and then just to inform the board, I will send an official thank you from the board for them thinking of us. We also, excuse me, received a letter from the Consulate General of Japan in Los Angeles. Part of the letter states, "I am deeply saddened by the devastating fires that hit Southern California and wish to express on behalf of the government of Japan our sincere and heartfelt sympathies to you and all affected citizens." And it was signed by Yoshio Nomoto, General Consul of Japan in Los Angeles. So I wanted to share those two things with you. I will send them all copies to the board offices, and then I will respond as chair of the board to say thank you for that. And I would ask that the board adjourn in memory of the list that I will submit. And I would call out Kelly Holtz, the daughter of Wayne Holtz from Public Works Agency, passed away of an unknown cause Sunday in her San Jose State dorm room. She was 18 years of age and her family is terribly devastated, and our hearts go out to Wayne and his family. Lane, I'm sorry. Lane. It's just, no one ever wants to lose anyone, but losing a child has got to be total devastation. And with that, I think that's all of the comments that I have for this morning. So we will move on now to, let's see, we have a 9:30 to item 26, isn't it? 36. Oh boy, we're going to be done before. Okay, item 36, which is Healthcare Agency Behavioral Health. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mr. Johnson, Linda Schwolman, Director of Behavioral Health. We're here this morning to ask for permission for you to sign and enter into an agreement with us, or to allow us to enter an agreement with the City of Oxnard and the Housing Authority. This will allow us to house 11 of our clients for 5 years. Is basically the short version of the story, getting to the point. It's a grant that we applied for, and the $523,000 that comes in as rental assistance so that our clients can get their rent paid, and then our job is to provide the support services as a match to those clients. They're clients that we're already treating. It's not a new expense for us, but it'll allow us to ensure that those 11 rental assistance beds go to our clients by entering into this agreement and by doing this grant with them in cooperation. So I'll answer any questions, but
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
This is for seriously mentally ill people.
yes.
And if you could get back to me and talk about the various levels of seriousness as far as mentally ill people are concerned.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Supervisor Long.
Madam Chair, I think it's an excellent program, and appreciate that we've had, and I think we've had for a long time, a good working relationship with the City of Oxnard. And when you look at how we've been challenged many times with bureaucracies working in silos, this is one of those that breaks that barrier down. So it's an excellent opportunity to get some collaboration and good work done. So move the recommended action.
Madam Chair.
Yes?
My office has been working with Linda Schulman's office very closely on this item. We may have to bring this back for some additional budgetary entries. It is my understanding that the HUD money is all to the county. The county is the primary recipient and responsible to HUD for this grant. and we are thereby subcontracting to subrecipients would be the Oxnard Housing Authority. But we remain responsible for what Oxnard Housing Authority may or may not do. So I want to make sure that you are alerted. We may have to come back with some additional budgetary entries.
Okay, but we can
you.
sign the agreement today. The board-
I am still waiting for a written document from HUD allowing the Oxnard Housing Authority to draw down directly instead of us being the grant recipients doing the drawdown. I don't see a problem in moving forward in the agreement, but I do want to make sure that we close the loop with some of these additional details.
County Council, is that acceptable, or should we just continue this for 1 week till we have everything?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, excuse me. We won't be here next week.
I think it's up to the board. I think the board could go ahead and enter into the agreement, and then if a modification about the grant recipient occurs, the appropriate accounting changes could be made, probably without amendment to the agreement itself.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Bless you. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 37, Human Services Agency.
This is so cool.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today we have another exciting grant proposal and acceptance before you to accept. That a proposal has been written and a grant awarded from the Ventura County Children's and Family First Commission in order to provide foster care respite services, which is an innovative and a well-needed service for our foster parents. I've brought Trish Kavanaugh here, who has been participant in this grant proposal and is over our foster parent programs, and I'd like her to introduce and go over the program just a little bit so you have a better understanding of that.
Okay, thank you.
This was First Five's last request for proposal for family strengthening, so we're very excited that they accepted this proposal for respite. Actually, a lot of people we spent about 3 years trying to come up with a way to provide this service for our foster families. Foster families will indicate that their number one need for support is respite. They tell us that in Ventura County. They tell us that nationwide. This program is very innovative. I believe there's other counties like Orange County where they have respite programs where they pay other foster parents to provide respite or relatives, but there are not programs where it's actually set up for the community to come forward to be trained, educated, where the families are assessed, the respite family is matched, and ongoing support is provided for the respite person with the family. So we're very excited because this is a large program that serves, actually it serves families that have children 0 to 5. That's approximately 1/2 of our 192 foster families. It's approximately 1/3 of our 200 kinship families. So we have many families that are going to benefit from this. The grant is for $142,333 a year for up to 3 years. It's retroactive to October 1st, so until July 1st, that's $106,750. United Parents has a match of $13,608, which is provided through a foster parent match. Foster parent is entitled to 12 hours a month of respite care and provides $2 an hour for that care, up to 144 hours a year. The payment to the respite workers is approximately 73% of the funding to United Parents. This is going to make a huge difference for our foster families. Like I said, we've worked very hard for this. It's their number one need. And just the part that I find so significant, kind of the most significant thing to me, is just as we've shown that as an agency or a group, we alone cannot recruit foster parents. We need the community to come forth and help us. And actually the community has done that in recruitment efforts, which has obviously brought some success. When you step to the next piece of retaining foster families and providing support, We as a government or an agency cannot do this ourselves. We need the community to come forth to help support our families. This program, our families, neighbors, people in your city, in your community saying, I want to help our foster parents. I already have a list of people. Every time I talk about it, as Supervisor Bennett has talked about it, because of his work, we actually, United Parents have 3 families waiting to provide respite. There are 4 licensed foster families that will do respite only. If a respite worker wants to have the child come to their home, they need to be a licensed foster parent. So we already have 7 families ready to go. And I have a list of people to call because they can't wait to help out and start providing this service. And of course, I don't know a foster parent or a relative who doesn't want to call United Parents today and make arrangements for this service. So we're very excited. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I do have one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We kind of emailed back and forth, and I just want to try to clarify. We have volunteers, and then we also have this ability through the grant to pay some people. And we were asking the question, can we get the volunteers' hours to count as in-kind matches for us? And you said it would be wonderful, your response would be wonderful, we had enough people to volunteer and not get paid so we could use it as a match. How many people do we have to do that? I mean, does one person qualify as a match, or do we have to get to a certain amount? I just didn't quite understand this. It'd be wonderful if we had enough people.
Well, the match we have right now is the foster parent paying the $2 an hour. So it's been one of the problems with developing this project is trying to find a match, which has been very difficult. So this is the way we developed it. It would be really nice if there were enough people volunteering so that in a year or two, we could use that as a match instead of the foster family paying the match.
That's what I was
trying to get. So it's about 18% of the grant. The first 5 usually ask you to come up with the matching funds.
So you probably don't have this off the top of your head, but can you tell us how many human hours that is to qualify for the 18? I mean, how many volunteers do we have to have volunteering? How many hours?
I don't know off the top of my head.
There's our math man right here.
Yes.
Right?
What it equates to, I think, for the respite care is about $12 an hour is what it works out to be. So just extrapolate that back about $18,000 and you'll get it for the life of the grants.
Right. Great.
So that's how it is. It's a significant number of hours at that rate there. The program has a dual match in it. It has the cash match from the foster parents and an in-kind match that we provide in our standard outreach programs that we're doing for recruitment for foster care at this time.
Because if we could find a way to not have to have the foster parents paying that match, if we could use the volunteers for that, and just make the program that much better. I don't have other questions. I have comments, but I'll let other questions get answered. That's first.
I have a question.
Okay.
First of all, let me commend you for bringing this forward. But on the people who are volunteers, do they go through a rigorous examination as far as their ability to do this and fitness to do this?
They have to go through a criminal record clearance. They have to have a TB test, CPR, first aid, and there's an 8 hours training. It would be the same for a volunteer just as a person who's paid.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Supervisor Bennett.
I just wanted to thank Trish, her staff, Barry. I mean, you've been waiting a long time to finally get some funding for respite care. I mean, when we were looking a year ago at 2 respite care providers for all of the foster parents in Ventura County, it's just not a tenable situation for us. And so it's going to go a long way to the whole game plan of increased number of foster parents. So my compliments to you for hustling this grant. First 5 commission, and if Supervisor Long, if you'd pass the board's thanks on for that. I'd also like to thank the Star. They did a nice article today, and we literally won't be successful at this if the newspapers don't help us with publicity, particularly publicity that will encourage community members to step forward, because as you said, we have 7 people who have stepped forward, and they all step forward as a result of newspaper articles. And so we just have to have the newspaper helping us. The people are out there willing to do this. They just don't know about it, and it's the only way we can communicate that. Then I'd like to encourage anybody that's listening to this at this point in time to pick up the phone and call Trish Kavanaugh, our foster care, or call my office. We'll give you Trish's number. But many people can give up one day a month, one Saturday afternoon a month, one Friday evening a month to relieve some foster parents. And if we could find hundreds and hundreds of people to do that, we'll have a much healthier foster care program. So I encourage all of our county employees and anybody else that's listening to this to step forward. Thank you.
Okay, further comments? It's the pleasure of the board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any
Good work.
opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item is from the CEO's office, item 38, approval of a resolution granting prospective safety member retirement status, etc., as listed on the agenda. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Mr. Johnson. My name is Galen Tittle. I'm with the CEO's Human Resources Department on behalf of Barbara Journet. The item before you this morning is a recommendation to grant safety member retirement status to certain management people within the probation agency, prospectively to October of 2002. In November of 2002, this board, through contract negotiations with the VCPPOA, the Ventura County Professional Peace Officers Association, granted safety retirement member status to deputy probation officers and corrections services officers. This is the group of people that our management and the probation agency come from. Without granting management the same retirement status, many of these people see this as a step backwards. They're unwilling to give up that safety retirement status to be promoted. So we're asking you to grant that to them. In addition, we're asking that you add 2 new classifications to the classification and salary listing. Both of them will also be eligible for this safety retirement membership. The people occupying what these positions will become are currently in what we call generic county classifications and would not be eligible for it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them if I can.
Questions? Comments? It's the pleasure of the board. I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. 2 seconds, as a matter of fact. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Madam Chair, the title of the ordinance that will read in title only and continue final adoption to November the 25th will be an amendment to the Ventura County Ordinance Code, Division 1, Chapter 3, Article 4, Civil Service Systems.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, certainly.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, just as an acknowledgement, we are going through a process of revitalizing and replacing our payroll system in the county. It's been an ongoing project, and phase 1 will kick in the first quarter of 2004. One of the directions from your board to the staff was to minimize any kind of customization to the system, which the staff has done a really extraordinary job. But the auditor controller and I just want to highlight, I didn't notice it in the letter, but we have done an evaluation. This particular benefit, it ends up being somewhat customized. The reason for that is that this matches the same benefit that was granted to the union workers. It is not superior to it. It is equal to it. But there is a difference in the way in which we handle management retirement deductions. And so in order to accommodate that, I'm sure that the probation department would graciously accept the management approach to this and just have 100% donation or contribution by the employer, but they recognize the difficulty and the additional expense, so it is less expensive by far to go ahead and do what your board originally decided, which was to provide all probation employees with this benefit and to customize the system. So when you see that customization come through, I don't want it to be a surprise to you, but as an economic decision, it is clearly in the best interest of the county right now. If things were better, we might make this benefit even a little improved for the probation management. But under the circumstances, we appreciate their cooperation, and so no one should be surprised when that comes back.
Okay, thank you. I had a motion and a second and no opposition, correct? And we read in title only. Okay, next is item 39, approval of market-based premium pay for selected Ventura County Medical Center classifications. Good morning.
Again, thank you, Galen Tittle, again for CEO Human Resources. Item 39 recommends that this board approve the adoption of a market-based premium pay for certain classifications within the Ventura County Medical Center. These are positions that compete directly with other medical facilities throughout the county. And in order for us to retain and recruit these people, we need to be able to pay them what the going market rate is. This will allow us the flexibility to do that. And before you actually consider this matter, there is a correction I need to make. I notice on both the front page of the letter and front page of attachment 1, you have the title of Physical Therapy Assistant. There is no such classification. That should be Physical Therapy Aide, AIDE. If you would please make that correction in both places. And I will be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Questions, Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. This is going to be an ongoing challenge for us. As I mentioned, the whole healthcare industry is broken in this country, and everybody's trying to sort of patch it together with gum and glue and other things. This is one of those. So it's going to be an ongoing challenge. I'm curious. Nurses were not listed here. How are we doing in terms of retention of nurses? How much of a particularly with new laws coming in that we have to have, greater nurse, staffing ratios, et cetera. Can you give us just a basic, I mean, maybe not all the specifics, but how are we doing with nurses? Okay, terrible? What's the situation or status?
From the perspective of being the person who is one of those recruiting them, we're having a tough time. With regards to specifics, I think I saw Mike Powers behind me. I'm going to sidestep this and let him respond to that.
He's already on his feet and got the hook for you. Right.
Morning, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnson. Yes, the nurse staffing ratios will come into effect in January. Right now, actually, all things considered, we're doing okay. We may need to make some adjustments going forward. Our nurse turnover ratio is excellent. Actually, it's below 3%. So we managed to, once we get them, we can keep them. Everybody's going to have difficulty in the ER and night shifts. Those are just very difficult to meet for every hospital. Our main concern is as other hospitals really strive to try to achieve these ratios, there's going to be increased competition out there. We're seeing other hospitals offering bonuses, for example, for hiring, $3,000 to $4,000 or $5,000. So we will be coming to the CEO's office actually for a few additional positions, both RNs and LVNs, shortly. But right now, we're doing okay. We just hired another 8 nurses, actually.
So our turnover rate is low, and
Yes.
have we seen these bonuses, et cetera, having an impact on us? Not yet?
Not yet, knock wood.
Right.
But, the pressure is going to increase, and it's something that we need to monitor very, very closely. And maybe as we go down the road, think about similar concepts of retention benefits and so forth.
Wow. It's going to be quite a challenge.
But you have a tremendous nursing staff that's very, very dedicated to your system. They really are the missionaries of your system, the heart and soul of the care in the hospital. We very much appreciate your support.
Wow. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Pleasure of the board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second in the opposition. Seeing none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and the next item is approval to accept a contribution from Community Memorial Hospital for support of Ventura Safe Harbor Center as administered through the District Attorney's Office. I'd also like to call out the fact that there were lots of donations throughout the community for the 2 safe harbors. The Santa Susana Kiwanis Foundation, Frederick Foundation, Colleen Jansen, personal money, Nancy Youngblood, Chris Hamilton, Simi Valley Church of Religious Science, Rotary Club, Simi Sunrise, Jack Miller, San Buenaventura Women's Club, and the Simi Valley Police Foundation, a donation from Chief Adams Dinner when he left was $2,943. So there are a lot of people in the community, in the East County Safe Harbor. The Chamber's leadership class took the project on and did a lot of hard grunt work, and helped get the project moving along. So I know for myself, and I think I speak for the entire board, that we're extremely pleased with the response from the community for the safe harbor for women and children. And with that,
thank you for that acknowledgement. Mel Chambers with the DA's office. This is Michael Jump, Development Director for the DA's office also, and he's here to answer maybe some operational or statistical information concerning the MDIC, the East County, or which just recently opened, and the West County. But before you is a generous contribution from the Community Memorial Hospital, $20,000. And under the admin manual, we're required to bring that to you for your approval before we do receive it. The word is out that this program is moving forward, and there's support from a variety of organizations and groups, and this is one of them. Very important support. The MDIC does not pay for itself with the grants that we have. It pays for a great percentage of the cost, but not the entire cost of the operation. So this is something that's important for the community. Something else to mention is the East County location, which we have as a $1 a year lease. There was approximately $120,000 worth of improvements that were put in to that facility by contractors and organizations in the East County. So, and that's something that will be acknowledged shortly, I'm sure. So, if there's any questions on just the operation of the center, Mike can answer that for you if you'd like.
okay, are there any questions? Steve?
You have in your staff report, you identified 183 child victims used it last year. How many adult victims used it? Just a rough idea.
Actually, the total for adult victims as of October is 119 sexual assault.
119 adults and 183 children. Thank you.
These, just a quick comment, because we need to get to our time certains, but you know, we're very grateful to Community Memorial and to all of the community organizations and private persons who have helped support this. When we started working on the one in East County, it ended up that the hospital owned a piece of property that the city then, through lots of machinations, it took a long time, but ultimately everybody came together because they wanted the facility, and the city used CDBG funding to buy the residents from the hospital and then lease it for $1 a year. And it took some work to do that, as you can understand, governmental agencies, and who's going to be responsible for permitting, because it's not really in the city, but now the city owns it, so the city can do. I bring that up only to say that it took a lot of work, but it's such a marvelous setting for victims because everything's in one place. It's more of a home environment. You don't have some assault victim sitting in the middle of an emergency room in a hospital being interviewed by uniformed police officers, just adding to the embarrassment. You don't have them having to come up from the East County to our hospital for medical legal exams. It can be done right there. They can be with their family, their religious partners, you know, and all of the groups that serve to support these victims. So I haven't seen the one up here in West County, but I have seen the East County, and it's such a marvelous program, and I think at this time we should acknowledge that the leadership for the MDICs came out of the district attorney's office, and I think it was Leela Henke Dobroth who really took the lead. This was her thing, and so congratulations. And with that, congratulations on the donation. And what is the pleasure of the board? Oh, I'm sorry.
I do have a comment. I wanted to thank you, Chair Michaels, for your leadership in getting the Simi Valley MDIC started. I know you played an instrumental role in that, so thank you.
My pleasure. It was a long an old history no one may remember was getting just the colposcope donated by the community and the use of a room at Simi Hospital before the MDIC happened, and all of that equipment was able to be moved over. So it worked out real well. I love a challenge. Okay, with that, the chair's ready for a motion. I have a motion and a second. Who's going to be opposed to accepting $20,000? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you for all your work. Okay, with that, we will move to the 9:30 time certains. And the first one is item 28, which is presentation of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department Crisis Intervention Team Program. Sheriff Brooks, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. I appreciate your time. This is a very important program and one of those grant funding programs where the grants are running out. It's important that the board understands what it does because we may need some support and assistance somewhere down the line, but we also want to feature the accomplishments of the program and the tremendous amount of work that have gone into what's made a very successful impact on the county of Ventura. In 1999, when I was a fairly new sheriff, we had a series of suicide by cop incidents that were alarming in their magnitude, and I convened a summit meeting of the law enforcement professionals representing the city police departments, the district attorney's office, the courts, the mental health professionals that deal with issues like this in this county, medical personnel, and the mental health advocates in the community. We brainstormed, we looked at better programs in other jurisdictions and tried to come up with some model recommendations. Out of that, 3 primary recommendations came to being. One was that in the jail there was a treatment problem related to diagnosis because of the confidentiality barriers between mental health files on individuals and what we had access to in the jails. Another was the need for a post-release from jail placement program where we could take people rather than just letting them out the back door and make sure that they ended up in a place, do everything that we could to make sure that they end up at a place where they receive supervision and treatment and care rather than being just released to be arrested again. And the third component of that was a Memphis plan model where officers in the field receive specialized training in both diagnosing and knowing how to diffuse situations involving certain kinds of mental illness. That program has been tremendously successful. The Oxnard and Ventura police departments had done a lot of work on investigating that kind of program, and we were able to combine our efforts and our expertise in what we developed to present countywide training under the auspices of a crisis intervention program. That program has been going on now. The goal was initially to train 20% of our field personnel. That goal has pretty much been met across the board. It's benefited every community in Ventura County, and although you can't quantify how many, we know anecdotally it's saved lives time and time again over the past few years. What I would like to do is introduce 2 of our personnel. We have 2 staff coordinators that make this work, that coordinate with all the agencies, the trainers, mental health and law enforcement professionals. And we have with us Jennifer Borden. Jennifer, if you can kind of wave so people can see who you are. And Joyce Wild. I'd like Joyce to come up. Joyce has her master's degree in clinical psychology from California Lutheran. She's a certified psychiatric rehabilitation practitioner. She has 8 years working in the field and 1 year working with us. She'll tell you a little bit more about the program and much of its success. Go to Joyce and Jennifer and those who've worked with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm supposed to have a PowerPoint, but I don't see it up there on the screen, so...
There it is.
Wonderful.
Just like magic.
Okay. There should be another... There it is. Okay, super. Okay, well, good morning. It's nice to come here this morning and bring you good news. And it's an honor and a privilege to be here working as a liaison between all law enforcement agencies in Ventura County and the Behavioral Health Department. I'm thinking that you've got to be wondering why someone with my background is representing law enforcement, background in psychology and mental health. Well, that's really the beauty of the Crisis Intervention Team program and training, is that it's a collaboration It is truly a collaboration between law enforcement and the Behavioral Health Department for the care, safety, and treatment of our mentally ill community members. We've got something in this county that we can really be proud of. The CIT program is well validated. It's been around for 15 years. It started in Memphis, Tennessee in the 80s. So how does a program from Memphis translate into Ventura County here today? Well, as you know, per the grand jury report, we have approximately 12,000 members of our community who suffer from severe and persistent mental illnesses. We have huge gaps in our housing. And of course, we have beautiful weather that draws people here. I'd like to tell you about how the CIT program got started 2 years ago and how the Behavioral Health Department was instrumental in starting it. But I've only been with the program for just about a year now, so I had the good fortune to be able to invite Dr. Michael Ferguson, Medical Director of the Behavioral Health Department, to be with us this morning, and he's going to talk about how CIT got started a couple of years ago. Mike?
Mr. Johnson, Chairman of the members of the board, good morning. I'm up here primarily to emphasize this has been a collaboration from the very beginning of many county agencies. In fact, I think it's probably unprecedented to see behavioral health, all county law enforcement, even DA, behavioral health, the medical center. We've all been working together on this, and the reason is because I think we all have a common goal that this is a really important program and that it really makes a difference. And to give you a little bit just about where I came into it in 2000, representing behavioral health, I went to San Jose with Ventura Police Sergeant Stadler, Captain Jack Richards, and went through the training in San Jose to bring it back down here, also to investigate, bring it back down here. We actually put on our first training in December. We'd put on 3 trainings before we got the grant. I mean, there was so much commitment to this program that one way or the other, we were going to make it happen. And next slide. The reason, well, I think actually there's 3 reasons why we do this. 1 is to save lives. 2 is to save lives. 3 is to save lives. This program, I know you're seeing other stuff up there, but this program does really save lives, and that's why everybody's behind it. And also what we've seen in terms of proactivity, we're now at Behavioral Health, along with CIT representatives from law enforcement, are doing a weekly meeting where we meet and talk about CIT contacts. And I didn't even really expect to see this, but what we're seeing is that people in the community with mental illness who are not hooked up with behavioral health, are not really receiving services, and are out there at risk, we're successfully getting them identified and then coming up with proactive treatment plans and getting them involved in services. And we were just discussing it last week. It was really actually surprising how successful that is, and that was a benefit I didn't even really think about. So I just want to thank you for hearing from me, and I'm going to turn it back over to Joyce.
Yeah, take my notes.
Oh,
Next slide, please.
The last speaker took your notes.
So our goals are to de-escalate crisis situations and reduce the necessity for use of force. And also, well, I can just tell you, you don't have to see it there, you can hear it.
They went back for
There you go. And also, so let me emphasize that, because this is really important. This is really the crux of it. To de-escalate crisis situations, to reduce the necessity for use of force, and to link people with the treatment that they deserve and that they need, so that they can live productive lives in the community. Toward this end, we have 5 objectives. Go ahead. There you go. Our first objective is to train and maintain at least 20% of patrol officers and dispatchers countywide in a 40-hour CIT Academy training course. we have exceeded our goal countywide. This 40-hour course, to tell you a little bit about it, it includes the identification of mental illnesses and developmental disabilities and nonviolent crisis intervention tactics. We've trained 288 people in the past 2 years in 9 academies. 251 of these are Ventura County police officers. These officers are encouraged to give more time and space on their calls, to use a hands-off approach, to keep their voice volume low, take more time in general with the assessment phase. We're seeing success. Our second objective is to conduct quarterly update trainings with the officers and dispatchers. During these update trainings, we practice the skills and we refine the training techniques. We answer questions and we get feedback. Our third objective is to conduct bi-monthly CIT stakeholder meetings with individuals from law enforcement, the Behavioral Health Department, Ventura County Medical Center, the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill and other consumers groups, and mental health consumers. Our fourth objective is to increase mentally ill persons' linkage with treatment, and this is what Mike was talking about. We do this by conducting a weekly interagency meeting, which is sponsored by the Behavioral Health Department, and this meeting provides a forum for networking with individuals, and wait till you hear this list of folks who are getting together on the behalf of mentally ill individuals. So this is all of law enforcement, folks from the courts, probation, homeless services, adult residential services, conservatives office, the Office of Patients' Rights, Ventura County Medical Center, and the crisis team on a weekly basis. And it was recommended that this type of linkage be created between all of law enforcement and the Behavioral Health Department so that we can have timely and consistent care for our mentally ill individuals in the community. And I'm so pleased to stand here today and to be able to bring this information and tell you what a success we're having in a short amount of time with linking people with treatment. Our fifth objective is to increase the speed and services for the mentally ill at Ventura County Medical Center. And this allows the patrol officers to get back out to the field more quickly. And so this really is the best part, the successes. CIT trained officers are significantly more likely to be able to de-escalate crisis situations. CIT trained officers are less likely to be involved in use of force situations. There was a concern when I first came on board that in encouraging the officers to take more time and space, that it would slow down the calls, it would stack up the calls, and that the average response time would suffer. And average response time is the time from when the police officer hears from the dispatcher that they need to get to the call until they arrive. And I'm pleased to say that CIT trained officers don't take any longer on calls. As a matter of fact, sometimes they're shorter in finishing up the calls. And the average response time has not been affected. So, as the sheriff said, last slide please, thank you. We are currently funded by a one-year Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration's grant, and it has been extended until September 29th, 2004. Again, it's an honor to be here and a pleasure to represent the Sheriff's Department, Ventura Police Department, Oxnard Police Department, Simi Valley Police Department, Fort Hueneme Police Department, and Santa Paula Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Wild. I appreciate that you covered all of those objectives and goals so well. And I've had the pleasure of meeting and sitting down actually after attending and speaking at a NAMI meeting. And Joyce came to me and asked if I had an opening on the Mental Health Board. Would I consider an appointment? And after spending an hour with her and hearing her passion for this program, there was no question that she would be such a contribution to the work of the Mental Health Board. So, and you can hear from her today that same passion. And they really have brought a significant team together of folks who understand the, after 15 years of a Memphis model, that it does work. And it does take each and every one of them to believe it works and to commit to making it work, and to see already the successes of it is really phenomenal. It's been excellent work.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. Um, just two things. It's a great program, and we will always get publicity when we fail, and our goal is to eliminate those. I'm sure that's everybody's goal, and I'm just curious about, and it's very difficult. How can we get publicity when we're successful? And as you said, Sheriff Brooks, we don't know how many lives we've saved. But I would like to see us reinforce this great work by identifying, occasionally identifying crisis situations that were successfully diffused. And to the extent that we can do that, I think that's a win for everybody. It's good public relations for certainly our police officers, but it's the reinforcement for everybody in this program that this works, so that skeptics will come on board, supporters will come on board, and all of that. So, thank you.
Supervisor Parks and then Supervisor Flynn.
I think it's wonderful that we have this program and to also have that collaboration between behavioral health and law enforcement. And with a 20% goal, I know that is meeting a lot of needs, but I would like to see that goal be 100%. And I realize that means a lot more training and time taken away, but I think it's important, even if we're not in I think it would help in all different kinds of situations, not just the immediate crisis that you might be going to, but it might help in other service calls. So I think it would be an excellent goal to raise it to 100%, and I'd like to be able, if you'd like to address that, I'd love to hear. Yes.
No, I'm sorry. We're bouncing up against a 10 o'clock time certain, and I still have two 9:30 time certains after this one, so I apologize, but that would be excellent. And any time that you can communicate with the board, in writing or email or whatever, and we'll share it all back and forth. I think you've heard that everybody is very interested in this program and in its success. So I just have to be the bad guy here this morning. Supervisor Flynn.
That means I can't say too much, right?
Exactly.
Anytime I can commend the sheriff, I'm going to do so. I want to thank you very much for helping to coordinate this program, and also the police in our county and the deputy sheriffs and the police chiefs. Congratulations. I do like the way you approach this issue. I asked Johnny for your first name. He's forgotten. I asked Linda. She's younger than I am. She's forgotten. I forgot. What is your first name? Joyce. You know what I like about you? You.
Talking down. Defuse the situation.
I love the fire in the belly that you have for this program. When Linda Parks wanted you to come up, you flew out of the chair. I really like that. The thing that this does, I think, it helps to put a different face on law enforcement. It's a face that law enforcement deserves, but doesn't always get this face. It kind of reminds me of when I was in the Army. We had military police. Their job was not to try to arrest us and throw us in jail. Their job was to try to protect us. Peace officers, and that's what I see here, and I really commend you for that. This is a great start. This is 21st century stuff that we should be doing in mental health. So many people don't understand mental health at all. One time I had a person come up to this. I know I'm talking too much, but I have to say this.
John.
I'm going to, I need the chair's vote later on, so why stop?
And I do that not to be rude, but as a final comment, and then a wish of good luck to the future, and hopefully we can find more funding and get more people interested. But I think the public needs to understand that when one of our law enforcement officers ends up in a situation of suicide by cop, the cop is hurt as badly. And so anything that we can do to save lives and to prevent more crisis from happening in the individual officer and or the officer and his family, it's critical. And we talk about saving the lives of the mentally ill, which is critical, and it's important. But you always have to remember the other side as well. Trained peace officers do not enjoy taking a life, and especially under those circumstances. So thank you for all that you do. Keep going, and we'll hear a report next year on more successes. And I think Supervisor Bennett's absolutely correct. Let us know when a situation maybe is diffused and both the officer and the person, the mentally ill person, are safe and treatment's been obtained. I think that's good for us to be able to hear that. So thank you. Okay, next item is item 29. What's this all about? Who's this Roberta Rodriguez? In all good fun, we are honoring Roberta this morning with a resolution acknowledging her 30 years of service with Ventura County. Now, I asked about child labor laws when somebody told me that she'd been here 30 years. I mean, this is, she doesn't look like she's old enough to have worked here for 30 years. But I'm going to read the resolution, and then I will allow the CEO and the board and whoever else wants to congratulate Roberta for her services to have a quick word. Operative word, quick. The Board of Supervisors of Ventura County commends Roberta Rodriguez, Chief Deputy Clerk of the Board, for 30 years of service to Ventura County. Whereas Roberta began her association with the county in 1971 as a summer youth employee and began a full-time career with the county October 23, 1973. And whereas Roberta served as a deputy clerk under the county clerk recorder's office until 2002, when she was promoted to chief deputy clerk of the board. And whereas Roberta has initiated and implemented change throughout the clerk of the board's office, including revision of the Board of Supervisors agenda format and shortening agenda preparation time by 1 full day. Believe me, I appreciate this more than anybody this year. It's been awesome. And whereas with Roberta's vision, the computerized Ventura County Ordinance Record System was created and contains ordinances dating from 1873 to the present. And whereas Roberta implemented access to Board of Supervisors calendar, agenda, and summaries on the internet, and was instrumental in the update of the Board of Supervisors hearing room electronics and computerized the Statement of Economic Interest filings, which to those of us who have to fill those out, this is a marvelous, marvelous thing. And whereas with more than 30 years of county service, Roberta has brought a unique long-range perspective and an unusually broad knowledge of county growth and history to her position. And whereas Roberta has served for the past 6 years on the County Management Council Board of Directors, including the last 3 years as secretary, and in this capacity has arranged events promoting camaraderie and social events for members. Roberta's institutional knowledge, coupled with her enthusiastic attitude and openness to innovation, have benefited the Clerk of the Board's office, the County of Ventura, and the thousands of persons she has served over the years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors commends and thanks Roberta Rodriguez for all of her hard work, contributions, and enthusiasm on behalf of the citizens of Ventura County, and wish her continued success and happiness in the future. Passed and adopted this day. And with that, I would also like to acknowledge that Joyce Waldron, is she still here? There she is. And Joyce was Youth Employment Services who placed Roberta with the county in 1971. And she was here to honor Roberta. Okay. Stand up, Roberta, so we all know who we've been talking about all this time. Here you go, ma'am. And on behalf of the board, and I'm sure you'll hear lots of comments, I would like to present you with your very own resolution. Took you 30 years to get one, but we finally came through for you. Thank you very much. We appreciate all that you have done and hope that you're here another 30. would you like would you like to say a few words? Okay.
Definitely, I would like to thank Joyce Waldron today for being here. You definitely were a mentor to me. How that all started was my mother had said to me, I think you better go out and try to get a job so you can make your dad happy. And actually, I did go to summer youth, and Joyce was very, very surprised to see at that time you had cards laid out on table. And Joyce's comment was to me, Roberta, you've picked the card that has the most work to do. And why would you want to do that? And I said, actually, I want to do that because that was what was instilled in me as from my parents to have hard work, do hard work, be dedicated, be patient, and be persistent. And actually, I have to honestly say, I have to thank you. I have to thank Shirley Weeks, who was my predecessor for 44 years in the clerk of the board's office. And without their mentorship and their guidance and their leadership, I would not probably still be in the clerk of the board's office today. I have a lot of people tell me, how would I want to have stayed in one office? Why did I not move around? Why did I choose to stay? And if it wouldn't be for the members of the Board of Supervisors, current as well as past, and people like Johnny Johnston to have faith and in me and show mentorship and things like that, I probably would not have stayed. But it also happens to go back to be with my county family. My colleagues to me are not only my colleagues, but they are my family. And I have to thank all of you. And definitely I have a staff, Christina, as well as Carrie's out there, and Patricia and Becca and Jeff, that actually gives me 100% job every day, and if it wouldn't be for them, I wouldn't be able to succeed today. And I honestly have to say again, thank you. I just can't thank you enough, and I am very touched and very honored, and so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, today we're showing our pride in Roberta. She's an outstanding human being. I've really never seen her make a mistake at all. She really knows how to do things. She knows how to run these board meetings, and I'm so proud that Johnny Johnston saw her and the wisdom she has, and ability that she has, the skills she has, and have promoted her to chief deputy. That's a big jump, and we're really proud of you for that. Roberta's helped me out of a lot of pickles. I mean, I've had some tremendous ones. One time I used to ride my bicycle to work and to here, and it was quite a dangerous route, you know, going up Johnson Road and so forth. But I got here, and then my pants got caught in the chain, and I flew over and broke my hand. And I didn't know what to do. And it was early in the morning. I ran up as fast as I could because of pain, and Roberta took me to the emergency room. And I really commend you and thank you for that. You were so nice that day, like you always are. She just never seems to have a pattern like this in her, well, somewhat of a pattern like I have, personality. She's always level, and it really does an important job. We have to trust, you know, we have to put full trust in her, because when we sign something, we don't always read the whole thing. Am I right, board members? And like, I don't see Judy reading everything she's signing, but we trust Roberta's put the right stuff in front of us. So it's a trust that we honor here. She's a trustworthy individual, trustworthy person that we're so proud of. And I love a lot of county employees, but I do love Roberta.
Thank you. Any other comments? Kathy?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to certainly thank Roberta for her true dedication to the county. She has certainly been with us. Just the 30 years doesn't even speak to the volumes of contributions she's made over those years, both in her generous personality and her evenness in handling, how many board members now, Roberta, in 30 years? Quite a few that you have helped to provide support to and backup to and assistance when errors have been made. demonstrated my staff is here in the boardroom, because we know the value of the work that Roberta has done and appreciate each and every bit of the help that she gives our board offices. I'm sure she does all the board offices. And you do that very even-handedly, always with a smile, always with great enthusiasm, even when you're heavy with some of the great challenges you've faced over the years. But I've always appreciated your positive, infectious love for what you do and what you give to the county, and how you've demonstrated that in many ways. And your institutional knowledge, we really must have a computer chip brain dump before you ever think of leaving us, Roberta. So we do appreciate you. Thank you.
Steve?
Two quick things. One, since the time that we've established you in the CEO's office, you've been given more leadership responsibility, and it's just been a delight. I always knew you were very competent at your job, but what I wasn't aware of is just how good you were in terms of a leader of your staff, and you really see that, and you've done a great job there. And the other thing I would just point out is at Friday at 5 o'clock, this place empties out pretty fast. And there's a whole lot of times that I see Roberta here well after 6 o'clock on Friday evenings. And that just speaks volumes to your work ethic at this point in your career. To still be there plugging away like that is something that we all appreciate and benefit by. Thank you.
And I just wanted to also throw in my 2 cents. I haven't been here that long, but and I know a lot of what you do is really behind the scenes, and people don't understand the amount of work that you have to do and the incredible responsibility that you have. And we just see the wonderful, friendly face, first thing in the morning I stumble in here, and you just lighten up the day. So I appreciate that. I know you're a real social magnet for whenever there are events, and that's always appreciated. And certainly with your history here, the show and tell book you could write, could be a bestseller, I'm sure. And just really appreciate, I know probably the best appreciation we could do is give you more staff, but we really appreciate the fact that you're able to do with so little and do so well. So thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't be more pleased with how we put our confidence in Roberta, and she stepped right up to the plate and took care of business in the most difficult time. And as most of you, some of you in the audience, but all of the board members recall, there was some controversy when you made the decision you were going to transfer the function to the CEO's office. I put my faith in Roberta, and Roberta has not let any of us down. The big question is what would happen to public access to information if this wasn't part of an elected department's responsibility. We made that a cornerstone of what we've been doing, and I think that the one thing that I would like to highlight, what Roberta has done, never has there been so much information available to so many people so quickly, including the cameras right now going out over the web or the internet, the agendas online, and that's only a taste of what's to come. Including all of the archival work that's been done now where people can do research and do it from their homes. So, Roberta, thank you for 30 years of terrific service.
It's not always an easy job working with us, but one thing that we did this year that I really appreciate Roberta's help on, and that was all of the work on the agenda, on reformatting it, on trying to get some organization, some ability for the chair to control the meetings, and Roberta did an awesome job in working with me and the CEO and Frank C. and everyone else to try and make these mornings as easy as possible and as understandable by the public. When they pick up the agenda, they can understand what's going on. So thank you very much. Okay, and with that, we will move on to our last, and certainly not any less important than the first two 9:30s. And this one is to congratulate the Ventura County Fire Protection District as a reserve-friendly employer. And I don't know that we did this intentionally on Veterans Day, but it worked out just fine. And I will read the resolution, and then I will invite the chief to come up. I'd like to acknowledge Jim Norris, who helped get this started, this honor, and we'll have the chief talk about all of the reserves. And it's not just the fire district, although they're being honored today, but we have a lot of reservists, and I believe this county tries very hard to accommodate them and to show our pride in them. Whereas the County of Ventura is proud to have numerous employees and members of the county family who serve the United States military as reservists. And whereas many members of the United States Armed Forces Reserve components in the county family include 3 employees of the Ventura County Fire Protection District, including, 3 employees of Ventura County Fire Protection District were called upon to participate in the Global War on Terror, Operation Enduring Freedom, and Operation Iraqi Freedom. And whereas, as a policy, the County of Ventura, including the Fire Protection District, have made every attempt to make the transition for reservists and their families from civilian life to active duty as seamless as possible, with continued compensation and extended benefits. And whereas the National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and the Reserve recognizes and works with employers of members of the United States Armed Forces Reserve components by advertising their rights, responsibilities, and programs that assist both the employer and the service members. And whereas recognizing the efforts of the Fire Protection District, the National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve has recognized the Fire Protection District for, quote, contributing to national security and protecting liberty and freedom by supporting participation in America's Guard and Reserve Force, end quote. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura hereby congratulate the Ventura County Fire Protection District for being recognized for contributing to the national security and protecting liberty and freedom by supporting participation in America's Guard and Reserve Force, including the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard Reserve components. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors for Ventura County affirm their pride for the members of the armed services who serve and protect freedom everywhere, passed and adopted this day. I'll bring this down, and I'd like for you all to make comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's an honor to support our county employees who are in uniform. Didn't really think much about it until 9/11 happened, and shortly thereafter we started losing some of the first part of our staff that were deployed. After that, we've had a steady enrollment of our county employees who've been called up. We just recently received back one of our firefighters who's a Lance Corporal in the Marines, who was involved in the Operation Iraq going into Baghdad, and was heavily involved in those firefights over there. Also with us today, we have one of our fire prevention officers, who's a Chief Petty Officer in the Navy, who's actively involved off the coast of Iraq, boarding ships and so forth to protect our freedoms. So with that, it's an honor that I'm able to work with your board to work on the benefits and support of our county employees for the little bit of work that we do, for the lot of work that they do to guarantee our peace and freedoms. Thank you. I'd like to ask Jim Norris, who has a couple of words to say.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Chair, Mr. Johnston, members of the board, distinguished guests, fellow service members and veterans. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Jim Norris, and assisting me today is Major Pablo Paredes. We're both members of the United States Army Reserve Special Operations Community. I'm a battalion commander. I command the 445th Civil Affairs Battalion in Mountain View, California. Paul Paredes is the executive officer of the 425th Civil Affairs Battalion in Santa Barbara, California. Paul and I have known each other in the military for almost 20 years. It's only by coincidence that we both serve the fire district together. I'm the IT manager for the fire district, and Paul is an ISD project manager assigned to the fire district to assist with the communications improvement project, which will be ongoing for the next several years. Currently, nearly half my battalion has been mobilized for Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. Many more service members await orders to go to Iraq, Afghanistan, and other locations in support of the global war on terror. Because of my duty position as a battalion commander, I have many opportunities to interface with families and employers of citizen soldiers. Some employers and bosses are very supportive and offer generous military leave pay and benefits. Many of these patriotic employers also offer their citizen soldiers flexibility in work schedules so they can attend monthly drill weekends without losing salary. Unfortunately, these are not the employers I usually interface with. That is why it gives me so much pleasure today to be here to recognize some of America's most excellent bosses. And they just happen to be mine and Pablo's and the other citizen soldiers and sailors of the fire district. I'd like to ask Supervisor Michaels to assist me. We wrote the National Committee. We wrote the National Committee for Support of the Guard and Reserve and told them about Fire Chief Bob Roper and what he does for his country by supporting our service in the Army Reserves. The National Committee has recognized Fire Chief Bob Roper as a patriotic employer. I'm going to ask Major Paul Paredes to read the proclamation from the National Committee.
The National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve recognizes Fire Chief Roper, Ventura County Fireman, as a patriotic employer for contributing to national security and protecting liberty and freedom by supporting employee participation in America's National Guard and Reserve Force.
It's a tradition for military units to have coins that are distinctive. And I have here my battalion coin for Chief Bob Roper. You know, I really appreciate Bob. You remember right after the September 11th attacks that everyone stopped traveling. No one was going out to the malls. Our commander-in-chief had to encourage us to be brave and to go about our business, whether personal or professional. Al-Qaeda attacked us and Bob didn't blink. You see, Paul and I are principals in charge of Bob's Communications Improvement Project. And Bob could have very easily known that Paul and I could be mobilized at any time, assigned us other duties, but he chose not to. He chose to allow us to stay on task, and we all went about our business. And I have the greatest respect for him for doing that. And I'm very proud of my fire chief. I'd like to ask my boss, Deputy Chief Dave Festerling, to come forward. We wrote the National Committee for Support of the Guard and Reserve and told them about my boss, Deputy Chief Dave Festerling, and what he does for his country by supporting employee service in the Army Reserves. They have recognized Deputy Chief Festerling as a patriotic employer. I'd like to ask Major Paredes to read the citation.
The National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve recognizes Deputy Fire Chief Dave Festerling, Ventura County Fire Department, as a patriotic employer for contributing to national security and protecting liberty and freedom by supporting employee participation in America's National Guard and Reserve Forces.
I have my same battalion coin for the deputy chief. Deputy Chief Festerling is my boss, so I report directly to him. And you know, one of the county benefits that I enjoy is you allow Dave to adjust my schedule as need be for my drill weekends every month, and I sometimes have to do that. And that's a great benefit to me because it keeps my salary in my pocket and allows me to serve both the county of Ventura and our nation. And I know that sometimes that's a hardship for him and working around. Maybe I've got to be gone on a Friday because of a drill weekend, but he does that and he doesn't whine about it. He keeps his chin up and he drives on, and it's probably because he's an ex-Marine. What? Finally, we wrote the National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve, and we told them about the County Board of Supervisors and what they do for their country by supporting employee service in the Army Reserve. The National Committee has recognized the Ventura County Board of Supervisors as a patriotic employer, and Major Paredes has a citation to read.
The National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve recognizes the Board of Supervisors County of Ventura as a patriotic employer for contributing to national security and protecting liberty and freedom by supporting employee participation in America's National Guard and Reserve Force.
As I mentioned earlier, in my role as a battalion commander, I get to deal with all kinds of employers and service members and their families. And there's often a lot of tension when service members are called to active duty. Right after September 11th, I recall that the board moved to extend benefits to reservists. I applaud you for that. I know that you do all that you can for us when you can do it. And if there's one thing that an employer could do for a reservist who's mobilized, that's the most important thing I can think of. It's benefits, because that service member is overseas and he's worried about his loved ones, and their health care and their dental care is just so very important to them. It's so precious to them, and by doing that, you really demonstrated that you are indeed patriots of our great nation. And I applaud you for that. And I would like to present each of you, and Mr. Johnston as well, with a coin.
And thank both of you for what you do for the country and for the
Thank you. Great.
Okay. Thank you all. That was a surprise. I knew the chief was being honored, but I did not know that the board was being honored as well, and that's very special to all of us. And I know it is to me. We will put the plaque up in the CEO's office. I apologize to the members who are here for the 10 o'clock. I need to take a very quick break and go into closed session. Supervisor Bennett has to leave in a few minutes, and I have some people here on call for this. So if you will give us just a very brief few minutes, we will be back for the HIV presentation. Sorry we got out of sync today, but it happens sometimes. With that, could we please have the board members in the back? Okay, if I could get the other board members out here, please. We need to resume our meeting, and we also have APCD at 11, and I'd like not to hold them up. And we owe most abject apologies to the HIV committee and group here to present the report. Sometimes I just lose control. I don't know what to tell you, you know? And I lost control this morning. But they were all wonderful issues that we were talking about. So with that, as soon as I got us. There's 3 of us, so we're going to go ahead and start. Supervisor Long can hear what's being said into the mic in the back room, and she'll be out in just a moment. So with that, I would like to do item 31, which is the HIV/AIDS Advisory Committee 0304 Annual Report. Good morning and welcome, Dr. Levin.
I'd like to introduce Suzanne Duckett, who is a representative to the HIV/AIDS Committee, Advisory Committee from Supervisor Park's office, and Patricia Navarro, who's a representative to the committee from Supervisor Michael's office.
Correct.
I submit the HIV/AIDS report for the year 2003-2004. There are those in our county who are infected with HIV, and there are those who are not infected. This board has done very important things to help support those that are suffering from this infection and this disease. And the board has also made some, I think, courageous decisions to prevent that larger group of people who are unaffected from having its members go into the infected category. And the health department appreciates that and thanks you very much for it. There are some errors on page 10 of this report. I have copies that are corrected here, which I can pass out to members of the board, and I will file these corrections with the clerk of the board, and we will provide these corrections with all distributed copies. At this point, I'd like to introduce Paul Lorenz, the director of the health department, who has some further comments to make, and we'd be happy to take any questions that you might have now or at the end of Mr. Lorenz's comments.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston and Roberta, I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of put a face to everything that's done in the community. As you well know, prevention, intervention services are very difficult to come by these days because of funding issues. But the thing that makes the world go around in this community and the services that we provide in public health are the employees. They really make a difference in our ability to provide these very key and vital services to everybody in this community. Today I have with you a couple faces I'd like to introduce. First of all, Diana Goulet, who is our AIDS program coordinator.
Good morning.
Teresa Ponce, who is a community health outreach worker. And then we have Marilee Barba, who's our public health social worker. These are 2 of the staff members that have done a wonderful job in ensuring that not only are the services provided in a quality manner, but we remain connected to the community, as well as ensuring that we receive funding on an ongoing basis. Agencies that fund us to the tune of $1.3 million will not fund us unless we have quality services and we have excellent outcomes. And these employees make that difference. They ensure that we actually have the outcomes that we say we're going to achieve. And therefore, every year in, year out, we are in a much better position to receive those funds. So first of all, let me turn this over to Diana Goulet, who I'm sure has a few words to say.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you for hearing me for a moment this morning. My very small contribution to the report that you've just received was an article about our Bridge program, which is one of the programs under the general aegis of our early intervention program. The early intervention program is anchored by Marilee Barba, and she has several staff members who work with her. In particular, the Bridge program is anchored by Teresa Ponce. Teresa, would you come up here for just a minute, please? I had to order
reluctantly.
I had to order her to come here today. She'd much rather be out in the field working with her clients. But I want to share with you for just a minute the outstanding work that Teresa does on behalf of citizens of Ventura County. Teresa was born in Ventura County. She is fluently bilingual and bicultural, and she single-handedly manages a program known as Bridge, which is the program responsible for contacting individuals, usually at the moment that they're told that they have contracted the HIV virus, and she works with them intensively for weeks, months, sometimes up to a year or more, to make sure that they understand their disease, that they get started in treatment, and that they don't just kind of fall off the radar screen. It is a phenomenally important program, and Teresa does an outstanding job. I'm humbled to be able to work with her, and I want to give her a pat on the back.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them.
Okay, are there any questions for any of these fine people on the report?
I just wanted to comment. It is an excellent report, really reader-friendly, and I expect that the distribution is going to go beyond this board. Can you tell me a little bit about how you're going to distribute this?
Today we have about 1,500 copies available for distribution. We'll be distributing to all the schools. Typically we target the principals and the key educators in the community, all the community-based organizations that we feel would obviously benefit in terms of providing to their clients and their constituents, if you will. We're always open to new distribution channels. So if your board has certain organizations within your community that we somehow or another missed in our list, we're happy to add them, and we'll make sure they get out. Also, it will be provided for on the web, so people can access in that manner as well.
I'm glad it is going to schools. I think it would be great for high school health classes, and students would enjoy the format. It makes it easy to read.
You ready for comments?
Or questions?
Okay, comments.
Comments?
I really want to commend those of you that have been involved with this, especially Patricia Novato, who's the chair, co-chair. She's been working on this since it started on the committee. Am I right? Seems like you have. Well, I've seen your face so much for the last several years.
Just for clarification, in 1991, my son died of AIDS in 1990, and in 1991, I came back and decided to get involved on a local level.
Yeah, we really thank you for your good work and all the committee work.
But before that, John, I was involved in Concilio and other issues around the Latino community, so that's why it seems like I've been here forever.
That was meant as a compliment. This is really difficult. You know, so many people in our society dismiss this issue for whatever reason they do, and have no sensitivity to the people who suffer from this virus. And yet, you came here today, and you represent a value that we have on this board of being sensitive to all people who suffer from this issue, this disease. And I want to commend you for it. And I wanted to commend the committee and all of you who take part in this, and the staff for your sensitivity to it and for being on the front lines of this program. And also the recommendation 2003 report to the Board of Supervisors. Primary, you know, all of these recommendations are important. And my thanks to you for bringing them and staying on top of this issue. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, too. Another excellent report, and as mentioned, reader-friendly. And I recall back when I was a staff person on the board office, I probably say this every year, but there wasn't the communications and the leadership and the cooperation between agency leadership and the advisory committee, and you two have really demonstrated significant outreach and leadership to really bring together a very cohesive, working, productive, and focused advisory committee. And I really appreciate, and knowing Pat too all those years, that it's doing what we needed to do and asked it to do as an advisory committee, and to encourage you to think about the Speakers Bureau side of it, to connect up, as always, with social interest service organizations to make presentations. I expect one of the challenges we'll face, as we're all facing as a nation, is the cost of the medication, the drugs, for the treatment side of this illness and this disease. So it's a piece we'll need to watch and we'll be aware of in the future. But thank you for your good work. Excellent report.
Do you have something you
Thank
wanted
you.
to say?
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, not much that I can add other than my little soapbox speech 37, which is no one is immune. This is not just a lifestyle issue, and it is a danger to the community and to everyone, and awareness is extremely important, and I wholeheartedly support programs in the schools, especially the high schools, because it's critical that people understand no one is immune. No one. And so I thank you all for the good work. Pat will be here as long as I am if I have to get behind her and force her. But that would never happen. She has done extremely good work, and she certainly has a passion for what the committee does, and that helps a lot. And certainly our public health officer we couldn't do without. Dr. Levin has a way of being calm about everything, and it is so helpful when we're facing issues in front of the board that can be controversial. It helps the board, his knowledge helps us understand what really is best for the public health of the county. And I appreciate all that you do, all of you, and certainly Paul in running the public health agency. Be good to this guy here. And with that, thank you. We look forward to the report next year. I certainly would like to see a drastic decline and see this issue go away, but it's not going to, so we have to face that. Thank you. And again, I apologize for the delay in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Move to receive and file.
I have a motion. A motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the board has moved to receive and file for this year's report. With that, the board will recess now for the Air Pollution Control District meeting. The board will go into closed session after APCD, and we will return to open session at 1:30 for our 1:30 hearings, and then to complete the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll welcome you to the Ventura County Air Pollution Control Board meeting. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. When you're ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With approval of the minutes.
Okay. Got a motion? Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Minutes carried. Thank you. Item 3, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on the consent or on? Okay, thank you. We'll move to item 4, board comments. Okay, we'll comment as the items come along then. Thank you.
I would like to compliment the coordination with the APCD and the fire district in being able to give us really accurate, up-to-date weather reports and wind reports that I think became very vital for the fire district, and much appreciation for that effort.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks.
Mr. Chair, if I might, today is Veterans Day, just to extend appreciation to those who've served in our country, certainly any members of our APCD family, and appreciation and respect of Veterans Day today.
Thank you. All right, we'll move along. Item 7, I got the recommendation to appoint Ron Dawson to the Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee as a representative of the City of Port Hueneme. Okay.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 8, presentation of memorial plaque. Welcome on.
Chair Brennan, members of the board, I'm Mike Viegas, Air Pollution Control Officer. John McCarthy was one of the original members representing the Conejo Valley and the Simi area. He was employed by Rockwell International. He was one of our founding members of the APCD Advisory Committee. He was on this committee in capacity as chair and vice chair numerous times, served over 20 years. Staff, we certainly appreciated his institutional knowledge, his very fair deliberation of issues, always balancing industry's concerns with the need for clean air, and his sense of humor. We also really appreciated his service on the Clean Air Fund Advisory Committee, where he also served after he resigned from the advisory committee. He passed away this summer, and we're going to be sending this plaque to his family in appreciation, just to let your board know.
Okay, thank you. And Michael, I don't know if we have, but it might be appropriate to adjourn the meeting in his memory. I don't know if we've done this once before, but it might be appropriate seeing as the plaque and the family couldn't make it today. Thank you, and thank you for the recognition and bringing that to our attention. I think it's important that we reward folks that certainly it's great when we have the opportunity to do it when they're alive, but certainly to acknowledge their contribution to public service, no matter what that is. Thank you. Item 9 is a public hearing before the Air Pollution Control Board for consideration the adoption of Air Pollution Control District Rules 56 on open fires.
Chair
Welcome.
Brennan, members of the board, I'm Chris Frank, Air Quality Engineer. Rule 56 controls smoke emissions from agricultural burning and prescribed burning in forests and wildlands. On November 13th, 2001, your board approved the district's smoke management program for prescribed burning. State law requires this program to be formally adopted into Rule 56. We're also taking this opportunity to propose additional rule amendments so we can better manage agricultural burning. The rule changes will increase the required drying time for large orchard wastes to 6 weeks from the time they are cut until they can be burned. Currently, 4 weeks are required. The extra 2 weeks will help prevent the excess smoking that sometimes occurs when material is not dry enough. Another rule amendment will require farmers to push smoldering material into concentrated piles where it will burn faster with less smoke rather than simply letting the fire smolder until it burns out. We've added a new late morning ignition period so farmers can get their burning done when weather conditions improve late in the morning. The current rule requires them to wait until afternoon. We're also proposing to prohibit burning on long holiday weekends because many people are off from work and enjoying the outdoors. These rule revisions and other less significant revisions will reduce smoke impacts on the public and clarify exactly what farmers and nursery operators are required to do when they want to burn their agricultural waste. We've conducted 2 public meetings in the development of this proposal and also worked individually with farmers, the Fire Protection District, and the Agriculture Commissioner's Office. A letter from a local agricultural consultant expressing support for the proposed rule revisions is included as an attachment to your package. After the APCD Advisory Committee unanimously recommended adoption of the rule revisions, we received a comment letter from the Ventura County Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee. In response to this letter, staff shortened the proposed drying times. However, the revised drying times are still increased from the existing rule with the aim of reducing smoke, but just not as long as we originally proposed. If the new drying times turn out not to be long enough, the rule could be amended by your board in the future. The proposed rule will reduce smoke impacts, and we've worked to address the concerns of the agricultural community. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions of staff on this? I have one public speaker. Okay. We'll go ahead and hear the public speaker. We have Charles Schwambauer. Welcome, Charles.
Good morning. In light of the recent past, I don't know whether I want to talk about open burning, but I will tell you that green avocados will burn. However, we do appreciate staff's willingness to work with the Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee in establishing these new rules, and it gives me pleasure to go ahead and endorse them.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Any board comments, questions? Okay.
Just a quick comment, and to add on to what Mr. Schwabauer said, and that is how critical it is for staff to work with whatever particular industry is going to be affected by these rules. And of course, ag is our number one industry. We wear it, you know, pinned on our heart with pride, and so we can't go counter to that and then do things that could be disruptive, inordinately disruptive to an already difficult industry. And in light of what has happened recently and some of the damage that some of our members sustained, you know, I think it's incumbent upon us always to get that delicate balance between clean air and health for the public and also making it as easy as possible for the industry to have best practices and be profitable. Let's face it. That's what it's about. So I thank staff for working with them, and I thank Charles and his leadership with APAC for engaging in the discussion. With that, I would move the recommended action.
Second. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Just one quick comment on it, and we've mentioned this before with staff and also with our fire district, the notification piece, and I know we have language in the action. How critical it is to make sure that we do our best in coordinating with the fire district, that we notify schools that may be in the area during the burn vicinity, sensitivity to children, and make sure that they're notified as much in advance as we can, knowing full well that often weather things change and then things change. But if the complaints I get when we have burns are typically from parents who their child is asthmatic, and they went to school and they went out to play, and problems with that. So the more we do on the public outreach side, the more early notification to those sensitive receptor areas, the better off.
Thank you, Supervisor Long, for those comments. Okay, we did have a motion and a second and a vote. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 10. It's a public hearing regarding proposed amended standards for surface cleaning and degreasing rules.
This is actually a very significant day for your board. This rule action before your board, Rule 74-6, is the last major control measure for stationary sources that we have in our arsenal. This rule, the potential emission reduction, is 330 tons per year of reactive organic compounds. After this, I think you've been seeing rule revisions with adhesive rules, etc., where we come in and we're talking 5, 10 tons per year, a few incremental changes. But this is the last major change that we're going to make for stationary sources in the foreseeable future. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Frank.
Rule 74.6 controls reactive organic compound emissions from surface cleaning operations. The California Air Resources Board estimates about 2.6 tons per day of ROCs evaporate from surface cleaning solvents in Ventura County each day. Typical solvent cleaning solvents like alcohols and mineral spirits contain about 900 grams of ROCs per liter. We're proposing a limit of 25 grams per liter for most cleaning activities. Compliance is achieved by using water-based cleaners or exempt solvents like acetone. We estimate this will eliminate nearly 1 ton per day of ROC emissions. During the last 5 years, all of the large California air districts have adopted similar limits on surface cleaning solvents. Because the limits have proven to be feasible in those air districts, the California Clean Air Act requires Ventura County to adopt similar restrictions. The amended rule will still allow hydrocarbon solvents to be used for cleaning operations where water-based cleaners would cause problems. We're also proposing revisions to the vapor degreasing rule to bring it up to the standards required by the California Clean Air Act. We estimate all the rule revisions are cost-effective, costing less than $6 per pound of ROC reduced. Because surface cleaning is conducted by many different types of facilities, some already regulated by existing district rules, we're also proposing conforming revisions to 7 other district rules to synchronize terms and clarify applicability. Also, the conveyorized degreaser rule is proposed to be repealed because there are currently no conveyorized degreasers operating in Ventura County. In the future, any conveyorized degreaser would be subject to new source review requirements. We conducted a public consultation meeting and a public workshop on this proposal, and we mailed over 3,000 notices to local businesses for each of those meetings. An additional opportunity for public input was the August Advisory Committee meeting, and the Advisory Committee unanimously recommended adoption of the rule revisions. We've worked closely with industry on this rule action, and we believe we've responded to all the issues raised at the meetings. And I'll try to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any questions at this time? I don't believe I have any public speakers. Is there anybody in the audience who wants to speak on this item? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and I think just to comment that that's amazing. I think the fact that the ability to work with the industry again is a very, very important piece. And sometimes it takes a little longer to get where we need to go, but I think the important thing is we get there, and also we have partners in getting there. And I think that's a very important piece of what we do in the public venue. Sometimes it's always a little concerned about how we burden industry, but certainly also there's public health factors we have to deal with also. So, Chris, thank you, and thanks staff for the good outreach on this item. Pleasure of the board.
I move for recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
Motion is second. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Good
Motion
work.
carries. Thank you. Item 11. Let's see. Public hearing before the Air Pollution Control Board for consideration and adoption of Air Pollution Control District Rule 70, storage and transfer of gasoline.
Rule 70 requires gas stations to have equipment that captures the gasoline vapors that are displaced from your car's fuel tank when you fill it up. There are 2 types of equipment used to capture these emissions. Vacuum assist equipment is one, and it's used at about 100 gas stations in Ventura County. Rule 70 requires vacuum assist equipment to be tested every year to make sure it's operating properly. The other 200 gas stations in the county use balance vapor recovery equipment. Balance equipment captures the gasoline vapors using the difference in pressure between your car's gas tank and the underground tank at the station. Rule 70 requires balance vapor recovery equipment to be tested every other year. In October 2002, EPA formally disapproved the Rule 70 because it does not require annual testing for balance vapor recovery equipment. If EPA does not approve a corrected version of Rule 70 by April 29, 2004, the Federal Clean Air Act will automatically impose a series of sanctions on Ventura County. Of the 200 gas stations in the county that use balance equipment, about 80 are small stations, meaning they dispense less than 100,000 gallons of gasoline per year. These small stations will continue testing according to the existing schedule. We're proposing that the other 120 larger stations must start testing annually as recommended by EPA. We estimate on average the additional testing will increase costs by about $800 per year. We're also proposing other minor amendments to update the rule. We held a public workshop on this proposal in May 2003, and the proposal to keep the existing test schedule for small balance stations and the proposal to delay the effective date of the revised rule until July of 2004 were included in response to issues raised at the workshop. The advisory committee unanimously recommended adoption of the proposed revisions at its September meeting. I'll try to answer any questions.
I had a question. I know, I think we had a previous report that talked about the cost to APCD to go to the gas stations and monitor them. And I'm wondering if we are getting sufficient fees for that service or if that isn't the case.
We have a regulation that was written to collect the cost of testing individually for each station that we go to. So based on if you're tested in a particular year, you would pay a fee for us to do that test if you're a gas station owner. The rule was based on the contract hourly rates that were in effect a few years ago, so it may not quite be up to date, but it is relatively recent.
Particularly since this is potentially going to require even more testing, I would like to make sure that we're not losing money on this. You know, it's certainly something that shouldn't have to be paid for by APCD. Thank you.
Okay, we'll look at that. Thank you. Sorry.
I have a question, and this may sound silly, so just bear with me. In talking about vapor recovery and testing for that, I've noticed it at several gas stations when I go in to pump fuel that the little protector is missing, broken in half, bent backwards. Doesn't that make a problem for the recovery system? I mean, it would not work efficiently if that's the case. Is that true?
Absolutely, and we'd like to know about those things.
Well, I'll be happy to call you. But I hate to be a snitch. You know, people worry when they see me coming. You know, it's like, oh, it's her again. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, do we do like unannounced tests? Do we look at this equipment besides the actual vapor recovery test? Do we, you know,
Yes,
do visual stuff?
There are inspections where we go over and we check the boots, etc. That's what you're talking about. Unfortunately, I don't know if you're really aware, when you talk to these service, we go out annually and do this complete check over that's not part of the source test. But when you talk to some of these owners, and these stations are getting very large, they're 24 pumps, they average what they call a drive-off per day, where the person leaves with the nozzle in the car. So the repair at these shops is quite a bit of work for the operators, and that's what we're seeing. The rules, this rule will probably change in the future. What's happening is as these stations get bigger and bigger, you're finding less stations in the county doing much higher throughput levels with more pumps. And the rules in South Coast are heading almost towards an inspection and maintenance done by the operator on a daily basis approach, and I think that's what's going to address this issue. But yeah, we go out with our existing resources. We can check once or twice a year, but a boot can rip the day after, and so I really it's going to.
It seems like I know it's a cost. You know, it's a cost of doing business, and it's excuse me, it's got to be frustrating for the business person when these things can become defective rather often.
Yes.
But it seems to me that there needs to be some sort of concerted effort to make sure that the business people are doing the very best possible job in making sure that these boots are operational, because otherwise, why bother? Those vapors are escaping, and all of the work we're trying to do, doesn't matter, like you said, how many inspections. The next day, if no one cares, and the boot's gone, and they pump, 50, 60 cars a day through some of these large, that's a lot.
It is.
So,
and I think that's
frustrating.
It is, and the California Air Resources Board is working on a program called Enhanced Vapor Recovery right now to address this, and that's why I said this whole program is moving towards more of an inspection and maintenance maintenance program done by the operator. And the other thing that has it's led A or B to that is when you think about it, you have these very large stations, and the clerk is either running the mini mart in addition to the station or is in a little box. I mean, there isn't the mechanic there to help out anymore. So it's a different business climate.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Any other question, board members? Madam Clerk, any comment, public comment? Okay. I was hoping somebody from industry was here. I certainly would have asked a question. I think that certainly I know I've had to wait sometimes. I think 3 times a day in a 24-hour gas station, they shut down for about 5 minutes and they inventory the numbers so that they can change shifts. I mean, the idea is maybe that same form should have, there's persons physically looking at that somebody's physically looking at that gas pump 3 times a day. Mike, I don't know if it may pass on maybe a suggestion to that, and also maybe a letter to the folks in charge of regulation with the companies themselves, like Chevron, Texas, the gasoline companies themselves, and just trying to say we'd like to partner up with them in this, and maybe that would help. So I think I think the ability for them to take it upon themselves and do it, I think, is the only thing that really does make sense. And yes, there's going to be a few out there that aren't going to just check off the boxes and everything's fine and it's going to be broken, but that's going to happen anyway, and we can do spot checks. But I think the ability to probably trust business people, some of the times we don't do that. We always tend to think that they're always looking to do the wrong thing, and we got to be there to save them from that. But I happen to think the majority of the time they're doing the right thing, and I think a lot of us do. And I think we should encourage that and trust them with that. And I think sometimes I might go a little further. Pleasure of the board. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item carries. Item 12, school bus replacement program project to be funded.
Chair Brennan, members of the board,
Welcome,
I'm Jerry Mason, supervisor of the incentives program section for the district. On June 12, 2001, your board approved school bus replacement program project funding 3 lower emissions diesel buses for Moore Park Unified School District. On November 13th of 2001, your board approved funding for a 4th bus for Moore Park Unified. After Moore Park Unified received the first 3 buses and found the incremental cost for getting the low sulfur diesel fuel required for those buses, they decided not to purchase the 4th bus. At their request, that grant has been canceled. School districts which didn't receive a bus during the second phase of the school bus replacement program were contacted and asked if they were interested in pursuing a replacement bus. Simi Valley Unified and Ventura Unified both indicated that they would be interested and would provide the additional funding required because we only had $84,000 available. Since the program guidelines require a lottery for choosing the district, I flipped a coin. Ventura Unified won the coin toss. Ventura Unified asked if the funds could be used for 2 20-passenger buses rather than for one 84-passenger bus. I checked the program guidelines and that could be done. They agreed to provide the funding, and our recommendation is that your board approve funding for 2 20-passenger school buses for Ventura Unified. They will be CNG, by the way. Staff will prepare a grant agreement utilizing the standard grant previously approved by your board. The Air Pollution Control Officer requests authorization to make minor changes to the grant agreement. If a significant change is required, we'll return to your board for your authorization. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Board questions?
Yes. I applaud Ventura Unified for going to 20-passenger buses. I know other school districts that pick up a couple of kids in those huge buses, and that's about it. My question is this the first time that we've had a 20-passenger CNG bus come through?
Yes, it is.
So it's kind of, we're now branching out to more types of vehicles.
And actually, the 20-passenger bus in the CNG just recently became available.
Oh, okay. That's good. And that's probably good news for some school districts that aren't participating in the program. Thank you.
Any board questions? Jerry, if I might, I have a question. Where are they going to get the CNG?
Your board approved, and a couple years ago, we received funding through the Petroleum Violation Escrow Account for CNG infrastructure, and the 5 school districts which received school buses, or 5 of the 6 districts which received school buses in the first phase of the replacement program have on-site refueling.
Oh, okay, good. I know that I was a little concerned. We've been trying to work with the local one here on the trash, the Harrison fueling station, having a lot of problem getting it permitted and even getting it on the ground. So that's my concern about saying, here, go do this. I think this item is great, but I would like to encourage us. Obviously, we have a biodiesel refinery starting up in our county now. I think the ability to perhaps, are we taking away some opportunity for them to reach critical mass when we take and put CNG in? Certainly, we've seen how. I've noticed that I'm very careful myself personally now, and when I do mandate CNG or give opportunities to that, because the question comes down to, where does the CNG come from, and where's the port or terminal going to happen? Obviously, there's some talk around here, not to expand the discussion, but everybody wants, we're mandating people go do this, and then people saying, we want a terminal, we want to bring it in so you can do it, and we say, well, we don't want it here. And so, and the terminal's not even in, you won't get one in California, and at the price of CNG now, I'm just very, very concerned as we go down that road. So I think this is great that they're bringing it to us, but I would like to encourage staff to perhaps look at biodiesel opportunities also. I don't know how that fits into our goals, but I think there's a real important piece here that we're mandating people go out and use this fuel. And right now, and within the next 10 years in the state of California, we're going to have to increase our CNG by 40% just because the things we do as public officials saying, go do the buses, do the trash trucks, do all these things. We've created this incredible demand, and we're 5 years or 7 years away from getting a pipeline out of Alaska. We're basically getting the CNG from the same places we get oil, which are basically third world countries in a lot of different kind of political situations. So I'm not sure. We've got to be careful how we go there. And I know this is a big discussion for another day, perhaps, but I wanted to encourage staff to perhaps take that into account sometimes when it comes down to that, because CNG is becoming very expensive right now.
Currently, the lower emission school buses available are not certified on biodiesel.
That's what I would say. That's just the kind of thing. I know it doesn't fit into that slot, so we got this stuff. How do we expand the slot? And Jerry, thank you for bringing it up. I'm just saying that I'm encouraging staff to perhaps look at those opportunities, because if we want biodiesel to be successful in this county, and we've bought in, and this county's been a partner in that, then we got to figure out how we give them some critical mass to start feeding them some feedstock, so to speak, in terms of opportunities. So I'm not discouraged. I just want to say that maybe we expand our horizons. Thank you. I think we're okay. That was just a comment. Is anybody? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
That other discussion has to take place over a glass of wine somewhere.
That's right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the board's patience on that item. 13, Clean Air Fund projects to be funded, outboard engine replacements.
The Clean Air Fund Advisory Committee makes recommendations to your board on projects funded via the Ventura County Community Foundation's Clean Air Fund. At the committee's September 16th meeting this year, they made recommendations on additional projects. Two-stroke gasoline-powered outboard engines are significant sources of air emissions. Now on the market are new four-stroke engines, and these engines have reduced emissions by 70 to 90% versus the older two-strokes. Further, these type of projects are extremely cost-effective. The Clean Air Fund had just over $34,000 available this year on earnings from the permanent endowment. Therefore, the committee recommended to fund the most cost-effective projects because we received quite a few requests for funding. The repower of these 18 outboard engines will reduce ROC emissions by nearly 15 tons per year at a cost effectiveness of approximately 30 cents per pound reduced, which is incredible. Because all of the available funds from the permanent endowment earnings are being utilized for these projects, we're also recommending that the funds, these $34,000, be kept available for distribution. What happens with the community foundation is that they don't move the money outside of the permanent endowment account. They just mark it available for distribution. And in general, we finally figured out what was going on with over there with those postcards we kept bringing to your board every September. What happens is, generally, the community foundation gives the money to a nonprofit to fund their operations. Here, your board approves a project. 6, 9 months, a year later, that the project's actually implemented and that we reimburse. And what happens is they look at the endowment and say, they didn't spend the money yet at the end of the fiscal year, so they ask us, what do you want us to do with that excess money? We're encumbering it today. So what I'm proposing is As part of recommended action 12, we're making the finding that we want to keep it available. That way when they send the letter to me, I'll just respond that November of last year we encumbered these funds and we will have one less item in September. We finally figured out how that accounting worked. In addition, at your September meeting of your board, Mr. Wolf of Lake Casitas Boat Rental requested full payment of $45,000 for the replacement of 56 outboard engines, and this work has already occurred. Today, staff is proposing that your board amend the Lake Casitas Boat Rental Clean Air Fund grant agreement approved by your board in April to accommodate his request. Mr. Wolf has agreed to replace an additional 22 outboard engines at no cost to the Clean Air Fund by July 1, 2005, and this action will resolve this issue. That's all I have.
Move approval.
Comments? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
There
Thank
was
you.
a card. Oh, was there a card? I thought.
Oh,
Well, we
but-
didn't
yeah,
exactly
thank you.
have a card.
That's right. Thank you. Welcome, Gary.
Chairman Brennan, members of the board, I want to thank Mr. Villegas and Mr. Cowan for their help in resolving this matter. The new motors are now in place, and as you know, there's a very significant reduction. It would have taken a long time for them to go out with normal attrition, and also we normally sold those motors when we were done with them, and they've been used for many years to come. They've now been destroyed. So it's, again, I want to thank the board for its help with this matter also.
Thank you for taking the time to be here today. Okay, we did a motion and a vote, so we'll move to item 13. Clean Air Fund projects to be up. Oh, excuse me. 14. Amendments to the Carl Moyer Memorial Air Quality Fund. Thank you.
Chair Brennan, members of the board, your board approved funding one Carl Moyer program project for the repower of the main propulsion engines on the marine vessel Speed Twin, and a second for the repower of the auxiliary generator. The owner of the vessel had medical problems, and I'd like to say that Russ is here today and looking much better, and as a result of that, had sold the vessel before the projects were implemented, or recently sold the vessel. The projects were never implemented. The new owner is anxious to complete the vessel repower projects for the funding authorized, and will accept all grant requirements, including the requirement to operate the vessel in Ventura County waters for a minimum of 10 years. Since consents to assignment prior to performance of the work and a lengthy extension may be beyond staff's minor changes delegated authority, this matter is brought to your board for action. The new owner is highly qualified and experienced and is able to complete these very cost-effective projects. Therefore, staff recommends your board approve the consent to assignment and of the grants and approve the grant amendments. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Any board questions? No speakers on this. Jerry, one quick question. On obviously the boat, we never reported, the boat's getting sold. What happens if the boats get sold in another, not that it happens, what happens if it gets sold and gets moved to, say, LA County or some other airshed? Do we have some recourse to recoup prorated any of our funding?
Yes, sir. They have signed a grant agreement to operate the vessel, and I've had this discussion with Jim, and won't be too long before we're probably putting a lien on one of the vessels that has previously been approved because it's in San Diego and hadn't been back for several years. And so we do have the grant is legally binding, and we can go after a share of the funding.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I believe we have a motion in a second. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. We'll move to item 15. Fiscal year service rates and fees.
The district recovers costs in the form of fees for providing services as required by our mandates. Service rates are the per-hour cost of a particular worker classification, and these rates are outlined in Schedule A that's attached to the board letter. They consist primarily of salary and benefits and overhead. The calculated service rates are based on the adopted budget to recover our direct costs for these services. Once adopted, these service rates are incorporated by reference into many of our fee rules. The increases in the service rates are primarily due to the increases in those 3 ISF accounts that we talked about a lot during the budget process. That's the liability insurance increase, workers' compensation increase, and the cost allocation that was related back to our rent. Of course, there's also an increase due to the parity increases in salary. Under state law, there's a limitation on the increase on fees related to permits to operate and authority to construct. So that's why in Schedule A you will see a separate breakout for the air quality engineer related to working on permits to operate and authority constructs to comply with state law. There's been no change into our fee for checks marked insufficient funds from last year. And that's all I have.
Okay. Pleasure of the board on this item. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Comment cards. Thank you. Any public comments? Okay. Pleasure of the board. Discussion? No public comments. I'm sorry.
You're raising fees for a public comment? How did that happen?
Did we notice this? No. Thank you. Motion is second. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. Item 16. Budgetary adjustments. Fiscal year. Welcome, Vicki.
Good morning, Chair Brennan and board members. I'm Vicki Workman, the fiscal officer for the district. Attached to the board letter for this item is an itemized listing of the district's pass-through grant rollover encumbrances without revenue appropriations. In the close of fiscal year 0203, these encumbrances and their associated appropriations were rolled over into fiscal year 0304 without the revenue budget. These encumbrances are contracts that are still work in progress. The district is expecting these contracts will be finalized and their corresponding revenue realized in fiscal year 0304. Therefore, district staff is requesting adjustments to increase revenue and increase contingency. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any public speakers on this item? Okay. Board?
Move approval.
Second. Okay. Motion is second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. Thank you. Item 17, contract for laboratory services.
The district started ambient monitoring for fine particulates known as PM 2.5 in 1999. From the beginning, we were authorized, funded, and certified by both the EPA and the ARB to operate a regional PM 2.5 filter lab. Our lab performs support work related to preparation and processing of these filters for Ventura, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Kern, and Fresno counties. In late 1999, we were asked to perform the same service under contract for an air monitoring contractor on Edwards Air Force Base. The contractors have changed twice, and this is simply a new contract to continue performing the same service for a different contractor. And I'll let you know that the cost that we're receiving under the revenue is offsetting our work completely.
Okay. Board's pleasure. Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you, Mike. Item 18, air quality impacts of marine vessels transiting the Ventura County coast.
At your September meeting, one of the board members expressed interest in learning more about the emissions from marine vessels, and this is my first report back on that issue. The uncontrolled and unregulated emissions from marine shipping significantly impact coastal air districts in California, and they affect the ability of these air districts, including ours, to attain the air quality standards. These vessels are growing in number, and the heavy fuel oil they use, known as bunker fuel, to give you is a very poor quality. To give you a concept here, we talked about the school buses running on low sulfur diesel. That's 15 parts per million sulfur in the diesel. This bunker fuel is on order of 15,000 parts per million, so 3 orders of magnitude different, just to set it in perspective. And left uncontrolled, these emissions are going to continue to grow as our trade increases with the Pacific Rim countries and the trade at our ports continues to increase. Most notably, though, the ports that are driving this are not our own. They're more Long Beach and San Pedro because those are the large ones. EPA recently promulgated standards for these large marine vessels, and I'm talking tankers, super tankers, cargo carriers, the container ships. But these regulations, they were modest in setting control limits. They were in step with international agreements, and they affected U.S. flagged vessels, which account for 5% of the fleet that passes by our coast. So 95% is foreign flagged, and they're not covered under the EPA regulations. The other thing is the life of these vessels is extremely long. So the EPA regulation that would apply to new engines, the benefits from that regulation only affect 5%, and they're going to be quite some time off in the future. Looking at this, EPA, the Air Resources Board, and all these California air agencies sat down and said, you know, we've got a significant issue here we need to deal with. And the thought was, if we looked at what was going on in some of the European countries where they actually have what's called differential port fees, meaning a cleaner vessel pays a lower port fee than an older, more polluting vessel. So the concept was, let's form a consortium and look at this. And what we've done is the ARB has taken the lead. We're working with EPA Mobile Sources, the Maritime Administration, the shipping companies, and the engine manufacturers. There's only 2 engine manufacturers in the world that build these engines. And some control technology companies, and they're looking at some changes that can reduce the NOx emissions in the range of 10 to 30%. Well, that may not be a huge number from the control efficiency side. When you look at such a large source category, it's still a very significant emission reduction. And the other thing, when you're working with shipping companies, you're working with an industry that is somewhat resistant to change, would be a good way to put it. So you kind of have to take incremental steps. And the idea here is to work together as a large group and try to demonstrate some of these control technologies in a couple vessels that transit our coast. Some transit about 8 times a year, so they're referred to as frequent flyers by the air districts. And demonstrate this control technology. We're also working with the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, and they're actually going to help fund this, and they're seriously considering this differential port. So from our perspective, we could actually get the reduction much earlier using market forces. So if the port said, well, we're going to change our port fees like everyone else does to cover our increased costs, be it labor or whatever, maybe the increases affect the non-controlled vessels. And then suddenly we let market forces bring this control technology into the market much earlier than it would occur under regulations. And that's where we are right now. I'll let you know that the major players are South Coast, the Bay Area, San Luis is in, Santa Barbara and Ventura from the Air District, the California Air Resources Board, the ports of Long Beach, San Pedro, and Oakland, along with MARAD. And on the technical side, we're not doing the actual engineering. That's falling to EPA's Mobile Source Office that actually promulgated the regs for these large engines, AirB, the control technology vendors, and the engine manufacturers. So we're a very small player. I'd probably be returning to your board. As soon as they work out who's the project manager on this issue, which is the current holdup, we're going to proceed, and we've been requested to fund at a level of $50,000, and this project is going to be well over $1 million total. That's all I have. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Long?
I'll defer to.
Thank you.
Okay. Question, I didn't hear the Port of Hueneme included in that.
No, not at this time.
Are they in the informational loop at least?
We'll try to keep them in the loop. I don't know that we're really going after these container ships.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But
certainly we
I
actually
think the informational side of it should be available to them, made available.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate the report, and it's an interesting concept to go at it towards in the market with a higher port fee. And maybe you could help us with what Ventura County can do to move this forward even more.
Well, I said, I'm coming back as soon as we get this consortium moving forward with the project manager with a request for assistance and funding with some of our reliant mitigation funds. That will be certainly our portion. We're going to participate. We'll certainly talk to our port. And actually, I kind of wanted to talk to our port. I wanted to talk to them first in confidence about this whole concept.
Oh, you should.
And I also know that the naval base is, also very conscientious about the emissions from their ships, and that's what got them into this whole biodiesel project. So maybe also including them would be of assistance for us to move forward where we want to go.
Certainly.
Mayor Sharkey?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, Oxnard Harbor District operates the 5th busiest port in the state of California. and they may be of some assistance. If you need help talking to the board, I'd be happy to do that. The other name I didn't hear was the California Marine Affairs Navigation Council, which is the organization of all the ports in California. They definitely should be on board, so to speak. And that would be the best liaison, the kind of a lobbying group. That would probably be the best liaison to all the ports, and to go that route as well. And Supervisor Parks brings up the Navy, and there's a great deal of technical expertise right here within a National Test Center and all that. So we've got some local impacts and local resources, and I think all those folks should be in the loop somehow.
Thank you for those
Thank
comments.
you very much.
May I?
Okay, please.
I'm sorry. The fee would, if there was to be an increased fee here in Ventura County, that'd be the purview of the harbor districts. Is
That's
that correct?
correct.
And could it be arranged? It seems only logical that any increased fee should go towards mitigation programs of the air pollution being caused by the ships. Is there that nexus being looked at?
I don't know. I believe, my understanding, we're not the project lead on this one, but my understanding is those fees are the offset for their operating costs. Basically getting the materials off the ship onto the port and out of the port, and the docking fees and anything else. Obviously they operate the tugboats, the pilots, that type of thing. They're recovering their costs in essence, and I assume they're making a profit also, but I don't know that there's any nexus between air quality mitigation. The idea would be that the lower cost would drive ship owners to install these control systems to reduce emissions. So in essence, there is that nexus. It's just not a direct nexus with money changing hands.
Yeah, because the basis would be to increase the fees, obviously. Okay, thank you.
Mike, quick question. On the consortium you mentioned, is Coast Guard involved?
I believe they've been at a meeting or two. I didn't.
It says in the staff report that the Navy is involved, but it doesn't
Mhm.
mention the Coast Guard.
And they have a lot of jurisdiction in this area.
Okay.
That's why
I believe they've been at the meetings.
Okay. I think that would be an important part to get on board.
Actually, what I listed here in mine are the folks that are actually amping up the money.
Okay. Gotcha.
And doing the control technology work.
Okay.
You don't get your name on the program if you didn't.
That's just
And that's it. Well, okay, that's pay to play, as they say. But I think we have an opportunity here, and certainly the big boys, the big ports are obviously running the ball, and we're just tagging on to some degree. But I think we do have opportunities in our airshed, certainly, especially if there's a consortium put together. I think we just talked about it earlier with the gasoline storage. But all the cars we have to have vapor recovery, but no, all the boats sitting in our marinas have just bleed right to the airshed. I mean, when they get on a hot day, all that vapor is just going in and between the gas and the diesel. So somehow that conversation needs to get started somewhere, and it starts somewhere. And I would like to see this organization maybe start bringing that up, especially when you have a group like this, that the Maritime Association. These are the people and the Coast Guard that move those kind of things forward. There's some preliminary discussions on that right now. So hopefully, with some impetus, saying, well, if we don't think it's a concern to have them brought it up, certainly they might not. So I would just like to make sure that stays on a radar screen.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. You made a good point. I think it needs emphasizing, and because there's a lot of pleasure boats as well, and we were doing upward exchange. But I don't know if if Department of Boating and Waterways is working on it. That would be their end of it. International shipping is quite a different matter, but boats and marinas that are receiving funds from the DBW. There may be some way to work with them.
That's Boating and Waterways. That's a very good point. We interact with them on some of the coastal issues, so that does make some sense. I'll keep that up there.
I'll just let you know that on that pleasure craft, that was something that I believe was our '94 air quality management plan. We had that control measure, and that was an argument we lost with the Coast Guard. But that's not to say that we can't elevate it to someone a little more powerful, such as CARB, to carry the ball.
And Mike, I just wanted to thank you both, Supervisor Parks, he's not here today, but Supervisor Bennett and myself had the opportunity to attend the Environmental Defense Center's awards to environmental companies. We had one here in Ventura County that was awarded for their technology and the opportunity perhaps as the technology goes forward. I want to thank you and your staff for meeting with them and giving them some direction on where to go. This is the kind of technology that recreational boats certainly start out on recreational level. It's a fuel cell operated, takes seawater, turns it into fresh water, runs it through an electrolyzer, makes hydrogen, actually creates clean burning opportunities, runs on electric motors. Small scale, but the opportunity to go big scale and address these kind of issues is exactly what that company wants to do, and I wanted to thank you and your staff for heading them in the right direction on that item. Okay, pleasure of the...
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Item carries. Okay, item 19 is the receive and file. Pleasure of the board. Mike, go ahead.
Yes, at your September meeting, a board member expressed a concern about the switch from MTBE to ethanol and gasoline and potential air quality impacts. We worked with ARB and Western States Petroleum Association preparing this report. MTBE was a compound that has been used for blending in gasoline for quite some time, since actually the 1970s, and back then it was used primarily as an octane booster. Then it became a requirement under the Federal Clean Air Act, first to control wintertime carbon monoxide levels, and then it became a requirement in 1995 in federal reformulated gasoline for all non-attainment areas. And there's kind of a little issue there that's been a rub that your board's keenly aware of in all the air districts in California. Well, MTBE had many favorable properties. It's an octane booster. It blended very well with gasoline. It was easy to move through pipelines. It also had some very unfavorable properties when it leaked and impacted groundwater. Because of that, Governor Davis issued an executive order directing the removal of MTBE from gasoline. The ban will be phased in over time, but the critical date is December 31st of this year, when producers are banned from using MTBE in gasoline. This executive order also required ARB and other state agencies to prepare an analysis of the air quality impacts of replacing MTBE with ethanol, and they wanted them to study exactly what we talked about very briefly before. How will the increase in vapor pressure of ethanol versus MTBE affect evaporative emissions from the cars? And how will the fact that it's very difficult to move by pipeline impact increased emissions from trains and trucks, in essence? And the conclusion from the report is, so long as California reformulated gasoline regulations address the potential for ethanol, potential for the substitution of ethanol for MTBE in California's fuel supply, as long as they address that, there will not be any significant air quality impact. And what ARB did is they went back and made some revisions to the California reformulated gasoline regs to address the higher vapor pressure and the increased pollution from transit. So the conclusion is there will not be a significant impact on air quality.
Okay,
now, the Air Resources Board and the refining industry do not believe that this oxygenate requirement that we have in gasoline is required to make clean burning gasoline in California. And that's a technical, I believe it too. However, efforts to get this mandate changed have been unsuccessful. Both the Air Pollution Control Board and the Board of Supervisors have worked through the congressional and Senate delegation to have this changed, but these efforts have not been successful to date. Our recommendation is to continue those efforts.
Thank you. Board's comments? Yeah, thank you for bringing that back for clarification, Mike. Okay, got a motion to receive and file? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. So be it. Item 20, Public Opinion Research Final Report.
The district commissioned a research on understanding the public's attitudes towards air pollution. We want to hear back from both the public, the regulated community, and especially the school districts on how our efforts in this realm are being accepted, and is there anything we should adjust to make them more effective. I'd like to touch real quickly on the main findings. First of all, we're very pleased to see that people are actually making a connection between mobile sources and air quality. As you're aware, we've been working very hard on the carpooling front, and we have a lot of materials aimed at letting people know that there are choices they can make when they purchase a vehicle that are going to make a difference. And we're certainly making adjustments to our materials to reflect the changes in the market. Basically, EVs are out, hybrids and some other new technologies are in. The other finding is that the perception by industry was that Rule 210 was not that effective at reducing emissions. And I'll have to, we step back and you look at, Rule 211. Wow, I don't want to step back too far, do I? Rule 211 replaced Rule 210, and Rule 211 is really a tracking rule. It goes out, and we find out how many people are carpooling, we calculate the emission reduction from that, and we take credit in the state implementation plan, and that credit allows us not to be mandated to adopt rules for additional reduction. So it has a benefit to both the clean air and the business community. Of course, based on some of the feedback we're getting, we're going to make some adjustments to the materials that we're giving to the regulated entities that implement 211 for us, that actually perform the surveys. And we're also very pleased to see that many members of the public are seeing a link between land use and air quality. And as you're aware, we've recently made some changes to our air quality assessment guidelines, and through the City-County Coordination Committee, we get that information out. We very much appreciate Visita's comment on the working relationship with the district and their support for our programs. We're also very aware that many businesses in the current economic climate do not have the resources to put in monetary incentives into carpooling programs, and we'll do our best to assist them with materials such as how to get the word out on how to, without any cost to the employer, to get a rideshare match list from VCTC, that type of thing. There was a call for more stress on the nexus between air quality and health, and as your board is aware, we had an award-winning program with the district and the Ventura County Medical Association just last summer, and that's something we're going to continue to stress. And we're also going to be very cautious in there, and that one of the things we heard is that people wanted to stress the link between air quality and asthma, and this is one of the things where I'm very cautious, because I always want input on anything we say from the health effects experts, because just as an example here, there is a nexus between air quality and asthma attacks. There is not a nexus between onset. And those, you make a mistake in a brochure or a statement in the newspaper on that, and you will hear from the Trucking Association. And and we're going to make some changes in our approach in working with teachers. So one thing, we noticed that we weren't getting the response when we offered free curriculum. And well, let's face it, my guess was it's these standardized tests, they're focused on them, and that's exactly what we heard back. And we may have to work with a resource teacher or a professional curriculum developer to make sure that something that we offer has one of those standards in it, so that they be more apt to use it. And of course, we're going to continue to do outreach to children, because one of the comments we heard is you reach the parent through the children. We've just started last summer a new outreach program to preschoolers and the summer camps, and we've got a program that's going out to the third graders. And the last comment they made is you need to get these messages repeated to the public. And one thing that I think we've been very successful at, I looked at the last 3 years, in both the Star and the Times, in the front of the local section in the Star, above the fold, and in the calendar section of the Times, were very good end of smog season reports. And the trend is, look, air quality is improvement we've had in Ventura County. But we've got a ways to go. And that message is getting out, although we heard a lot of people still saying, I see more houses, more cars, so it's got to be smoggier. So, but we are having a lot of luck working with the media. And notwithstanding the limitations of staff, resources, and financial, we're going to do everything we can to implement the findings we have.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Supervisor Long?
Sure. One, thank you. This is excellent feedback and information, and I commend the team. I think you're doing outstanding work in the public information outreach side of it, and comment to your reaching teachers and the whole, testing for standards charge that they're faced with. Another approach might be to get to the PTAs, get the parents engaged in perhaps looking at where could there be that nexus connected with the teachers. They might help with that. A lot of parent pressure goes a long way.
I know I have two things. One is, I know that you were pointing out that asthma attacks are related to air pollution, maybe not asthma itself. And I know that there's what I consider kind of a new thing that doctors are diagnosing, which is with children with sports-related asthma. And to me, that is, you get out there and you run really hard, and you end up having trouble breathing. And I'm just wondering about if that is something that is considered something that we might want to look at, because that is a growing impact to children from air quality, I believe. And I don't know if there is a direct relationship that's been proved, but it does seem to me to be that. The question also I have is regarding the ride-sharing studies. We have changed recently, or the ride-sharing agency has changed from, I guess it was SCAG, Commuter, and I'm wondering if we'll have a study in the future of if there has been any increase or decrease in the number of people ride-sharing, and as a way of determining the efficiency of the new management.
I don't know. I'm not sure certainly the surveys will give us the feedback on the carpooling rates. I'm not sure we'd have a direct nexus back to the new management for the rideshare program. I mean, there could be an impact, but we certainly, Rule 211 is going to give us that number for the county.
It would be interesting to see if we're still having as many people being outreached and getting into new forms of ride sharing as and being able to see whether the change was good or not. At least that's what we can do. It might not be a nexus on staff's point, but if we're seeing that there's a heavy drop in the number of new ride sharers that have been made, then I think that we might be able to make an assessment on whether we've got a good management of it or not.
Okay. Certainly, we can get back to you on that. And I'll just let you know on the exercise-induced asthma, that we did make that point in the last summer's campaign when we worked with the Ventura County Medical Association. And that one hits close to home. Last Thursday, one of my kids was diagnosed with exercise-induced, and it impacted me both as a parent and as a soccer coach, because weakened one of my players there. So yeah, I'm keenly aware, and we're continuing to work
I wonder
that
if how it's tabulated too. If it's not really considered asthma when it's almost like an epidemic going on, or whether it's just incidental.
And I'll let you know, the way we keep our pulse on that is we do subscribe to some periodicals, and one of those that we keep coming into the district is from what's called the Health Effects Institute, and we do keep in close contact with. They have a health effects expert both at ARB and at the South Coast districts. It's something we don't have in-house, but we do work closely with them, and we do keep an eye on those studies.
Just a quick comment on rideshare. Much as the chair talked about earlier in our policies on CNG and et cetera, for a long time, I have been frustrated over the fact that we want people to ride share, we want people to carpool, and what do? When we build a new shopping center, we require, or a new office complex, or an industrial building, we require 1.5 parking places for each darn employee. Well, what's the incentive to not drive your personal vehicle? And, some of the communities, large cities in particular, or built-out communities, have finally figured out you don't provide enough parking spaces, and therefore, and a little bit of enforcement in the beginning to keep people off the side streets, and therefore people start thinking, maybe I better carpool. We've only got enough room for so many cars. And that I use that as just one example, and Brian's example of how public policy conflicts so many times in, well, we have to have enough parking. We don't want people to drive their own car. How do we work this? And we do it to ourselves all the time. And I think it's incumbent upon our staffs for various areas to remind policymakers, that if you make this decision, this may work here, but consider the unintended consequence here. And for us, concerned about air quality, we need to think in our other realms of what are we doing that is discouraging carpooling or somehow adding to air pollution, and we don't tend to do that, and I don't know how we ever get there, but I guess just bringing it up and being aware every time we talk about it, so that people will start following through. But it's frustrating, and I, I don't know what we'll ever do about the wild, wild west and the dependence on automobiles and freedom to move around the cabin, as it were.
Thank you for the, and you're right, it has to be part of the discussion. I would just add a couple things to the discussion, Mike. Certainly, I think PTA involvement, I think you were talking about making sure how we get into schools. I think that is a part of it. We've built a partnership with the American Lung Association. I'm disappointed not to see anybody here from that, or maybe we should be closer with them, trying to stay in tune with them. I know they can do outreach. We've gotten a kind of a rejuvenated program with them. We've made an effort with this board to kind of make that connection, and I don't know if they even knew this was on the agenda today. Maybe they did, or we sent them a copy and maybe they didn't think, but it'd been nice to have them and realize that partnership, because they do have some great outreach. And I tell you, again, I go back to it, but when they're saying that when you can't breathe, nothing else matters, is so right on the money. I mean, I've stenciled more storm drains in my life, telling don't put anything down here, it goes to the ocean, and that's made me sound good, until I actually realized that when you're in that situation with asthma, and as you said, you had a personal situation, it probably makes a heck of a difference. The only other thing I would add to, not to put anything on the plate of our public health officer, I just heard the report earlier. I mean, he's got a lot on his hands, but that's an opportunity we wanted to interact with that office a little bit more too. And maybe I'm assuming that there is somebody here from the American. Go ahead.
No, actually, Barbara wanted to let you know we are participating greatly with the Lung Association, many events, including their asthma day. We're going to be doing that with them. That's May 1st coming up. Last year, we participated with them at several Earth Day events. Mm-hmm. So there's been a lot of cooperation now with them. We're working very well with them. It's been a big help.
Good. Barbara, thank you for bring that to his attention. It'd be nice for them to be here too, to maybe get some of the accolades of the work they're doing. I mean, that partnership means being a little bit more public to us public officials also. I think it makes a difference. The one thing I would last leave on this item when you're talking about the parking discussion, is obviously with less parking spots, the developer gets a different kind of building. Maybe it's more houses, maybe it's more office space. But one of the things that I'm certainly a member of, I spent a lot of time back east in Annapolis and at the University of Maryland, but they have a flex cart program. And that is, you can actually, they're in a lot of the major cities now and starting to branch out, like big companies, perhaps somebody like an Amgen. The reason people don't carpool, and it's because they're worried about, they've got so many little errands with the kids now. If something happens, I need to leave work and get there, and I'm now stuck here. And that's one of the things we need to recognize, some of the social things. Well, a flex car program allows that person to have that car, and maybe that's something we talk to these big companies about as we get there. That car sits there. It's rented out at $9 an hour for everything from gas to insurance to everything, and you just get in and go. And to me, we were talking about how we start reaching some of those things, maybe with a big employer. And not to put a great company in our city, Patagonia, on the spot, but they try really hard to do that. But they have people coming and going at different times and different school situations, and they're having the same problem. So they're looking at that right now as perhaps a flex car program, so they could get people to carpool and then have that when they need it. And they don't need it all the time, but that's just one of those concerns. So I would be happy to forward information to you, Mike, because I think that's something we can make employers more aware of.
Mr. Chair, if I might, VCTC has a program that is FlexCar. Basically, if you sign up for the carpool and commit to carpool, and if you need a ride home, emergency ride anywhere, that's made available to companies.
Yeah, that's VCTC's Guaranteed Ride Home program.
That's the name of it. Thank you.
That's the one. Okay. Yeah. Well, and it's in the carpool situation also.
It's included in the materials we provide the 211 companies.
Let's highlight it. Maybe move it to the top of all those great things. That's nice to know that's out there. Mike, thank you. Board's pleasure on this item. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you. Item annual report on air toxic hotspots. Welcome, Carl.
Chair Brennan, members of the board, my name is Carl Krause and I'm manager of the engineering division. The primary purpose of the Air Toxics Hotspots program is to identify facilities that have routine and predictable emissions of toxic air pollutants that may pose a significant risk to nearby residents and workers. Facilities that are identified as potentially having a high risk are required to notify the public of the risk and to develop a plan to reduce that risk. The program defines two categories of facilities that it applies to: individual facilities and industry-wide facilities. A number of criteria have been used over the years to identify individual facilities that should be in the program, and the report before you has a list of the 70 facilities in Ventura County that are currently in the program. Of those 70 facilities, only 5 are currently ranked as a high priority facilities, and that doesn't mean they're high risk. That does mean that they may potentially be high risk, and therefore they're required to perform a more formal health risk assessment. 3 of these are on the high priority list because they have gas-fired engines that emit acrolein, which is a pollutant that causes eye irritation. 2 of them are on the list because they have diesel-fired engines that emit particulate emissions that may be carcinogenic. To date, the individual facility portion of the program has been very successful. All facilities that have been identified as having potentially high risk have reacted to that and have figured out a way to reduce that risk to acceptable levels. The industry-wide facilities are groups of similar smaller facilities that the district has been assigned the responsibility to evaluate. We have 5 categories of industry-wide facilities in the program: auto body shops, retail gasoline stations, gasoline bulk plants, perchloroethylene dry cleaners, which is most of the dry cleaners, and furniture strippers that use methylene chloride. All of these facilities emit substances that are thought to be carcinogenic. On the auto body shops, we've determined that 98 of the 114 auto body shops in the county are not a significant risk, which leaves 16 that we haven't made a determination on yet. But 2 of the primary sources of risk with auto body shops are hexavalent chrome and cadmium that's been used in auto body paints for years and years. And the Air Resources Board has banned those substances from auto body paints effective December 31st of this year. So hopefully that problem will be resolved. On retail gasoline stations, we've looked at all 190 stations that we have in the county. Well, we've looked at 177 of the 190 and found them not to be a high risk. Of the 13 that are remaining, some of them are brand new, so we really haven't had a chance to look at them yet. They probably won't be a high risk when we look at them. Gasoline bulk plant, that refers to facilities that load trucks with gasoline, not retail stations. There are 12 facilities in the county. We've looked at those, and they all appear to be a low risk. Which brings us down to the last 2 categories, perchloroethylene dry cleaners. There's 88 facilities in the county. We're going to begin evaluating them soon, and frankly, they may be more of a problem than the other facilities we've evaluated. And finally, there are 5 furniture stripping operations on permit with us to use methylene chloride. Methylene chloride is a furniture stripper that you can buy pretty readily, however. Methylene chloride is a known carcinogen. Unfortunately, it's also a real good paint stripper, and there isn't any good substitute for it yet. So the paint stripping operations may also be more of a toxics problem. That's my report. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Okay. Board's questions? All comments? Okay, board's pleasure. Okay, board's, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. Now we're running a little bit behind. We'll move to item okay. Item 22 is cancellation of the December meeting. Okay.
I'd just like to add very quickly on that one. In the letter, there is a subtle sentence that says we may need a special meeting, and it's extremely likely going to need a special meeting in closed session with outside counsel on litigation. Potential dates, November 25 and December 9th, which would be the regular meeting date. Right now, if I were betting, I'm starting to lean towards December 9th, but depends how fast the attorneys work.
Thank you for that clarification, Mike. Item 23, receive and file application for state subvention funds. Vicki, okay. So motion to receive and file. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. I know this is the end of the agenda. I just want to make one quick comment. We just had an election, and certainly we'll be going through some restructuring. I don't know if I'll be back on this board. There's a couple new council members that have an interest in APCD also, and I think if we can spread that around, I think that just makes it that much better. I wanted to thank the board and certainly staff for all their hard work over the last 2 years and your patience in listening to the items. And I certainly, I hope if I do come back, I'll certainly be just as involved. And if not, I just want to say thank you for your hard work, and I will keep an eye on what's going on. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay, my apologies. The board has been in closed session. We worked through lunch. We still have some more to do when we're done with these. So I would like to welcome you to the boardroom, and we will take the 1:30 time certains. And as soon as I find my agenda, I'll tell you what they are. We have too many meetings going today. What's the weather like out there? We haven't been out since this morning at 8 o'clock, so. Huh? Oh, I love thunderstorms. This would be good. Okay, 1:30 time certain. Item 33, public hearing regarding approval of general plan amendment GPA 03-1. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Michaels and Supervisors Rita Graham, RMA Planning, and I have for you this afternoon General Plan Amendment 03-1 and Zone Change 2961. The applicant is Mr. James Way, and the address is 210 North Loop Drive, Camarillo Heights. The request is to change the general plan land use designation from existing community neighborhood commercial to existing community rural exclusive, and the zoning from C1 to RE20. The parcel is approximately 10,000 square feet. No new construction is proposed, and the site is completely surrounded by other parcels zoned rural exclusive. There is a building on the site that used to be a dental office. Mr. and Mrs. Way now occupy it as their home. On July 15th, the item was heard as a general plan amendment screening case and received your vote of 5-0 for approval for further processing. On August 18th, Mr. Way applied for the GPA and zone change. The planning director determined that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA. Because the property currently has a land use designation that represents an island or spot land use designation, the change to rural exclusive is consistent with good planning and zoning practice. And a full analysis is on page 3 and 4 of the board letter. That's at Exhibit 1, which is the staff report to the Planning Commission. The project is not subject to the county SOAR ordinance because the land use designation is existing community. On October 16th, the Planning Commission heard this case. Their findings and the recommendations are at Exhibit 7 and also on page 1 of the board letter. Their vote was 5-0 to approve the item. Although a GPA screening is not a guarantee of final approval, staff is recommending approval of the GPA and zone change. Notice of the item was properly published and mailed to surrounding neighbors. No comments have been received. Lastly, Mr. and Mrs. Way are in the audience. Mr. Way has told me he has not filled out a speaker card, but will come to the lectern if you have questions for him. That concludes the staff report for GPA 03-1 and zone change 2961. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for staff? I have no questions. Are there any cards?
There are no cards. Comments by the board?
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Good work. Thank you.
Okay, next item is item 34, public hearing and approval of annual review of proposed Land Conservation Act contracts, 10-year.
Good afternoon, Chair Michaels, Supervisors, Mr. Johnston. Kelly Scholes, LCA program. The annual review of the applications and associated actions listed under the recommendations on the first page of your board letter that were submitted under the Land Conservation Act or the Williamson Act legislation, as well as the Ventura County LCA guidelines. In summary, the applications for 2003 are presented for your review and approval as follows. 3 applications for new LCA contracts, 10-year contracts. 4 applications for new 10-year or FSEA 20-year contracts associated with rescissions and reentries. 3 applications for rescission reentry in conjunction with parcel map waivers, lot line adjustments, 1 application for a portion non-renewal of an existing LCA contract, and 1 zone change to complete an LCA process that was initiated in 2002. These applications represent a total of approximately 500 additional contract areas for this fiscal year. It should be noted, however, that the pending loss for non-renewals of entire contracts, as indicated in Exhibit 16, which I trust each of you has received either by fax or personally delivered to your office, represents a net loss of approximately 1,000 contract acres this year. That is unusual, frankly. All applications requiring the approval of your board were reviewed by the Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee, or APAC, as well as the County Planning Commission, and they received unanimous recommendations of approval from both bodies. This public hearing, as well as that of the Planning Commission, were duly noticed countywide in the Ventura County Star. Notice was given to all city planning directors, to the executive director of LAFCO, property owners within 300 feet, and to date no written comments have been received. Phone calls were received following the public notice, though none of complaint. The calls generally were asking for information regarding the program. The Planning Commission recommends that your board take the following actions, and staff concurs, subject to the errata amendment in Exhibit 14. The recommended action are to adopt all proposed findings for items A through I, including those additional findings found within sections D, E1, and E2. Find that items A are categorically exempt from CEQA, A through I are categorically exempt from CEQA. Find that items A through I are consistent with the provisions of the County General Plan, the Non-Coastal Zoning Ordinance, California Land Conservation Act legislation, and Ventura County LCA guidelines. Find that all statutory requirements of the Government Code section, applicable Government Code section in connection with parcel map waivers have been met. Adopt the attached proposed ordinance approving the zone change 2959. Approve and authorize the chair to sign and execute the required documents, and authorize and direct staff to record the required documents. I have information for you that's available on PowerPoint if you should require it. I understand that the maps, the larger maps, have been provided to you nicely, kindly by the clerk recorder. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Supervisor Bennett.
I couldn't find it before in the staff report, and just looking through it again to make sure I didn't overlook it, but can you give me the total acreage in both of these?
Let me see. For the county, I can tell you, let me see. I believe I have it marked here. On page 19, section H of your staff report is a summary regarding the Williamson Act in Ventura County. This is derived, Supervisor Bennett, from the subvention report submitted by the Office of the Assessor, and it indicates the total contracts and the number of acres and parcels in 10-year and 20-year contracts.
Great. And the trend, you said, was down by 1,000?
I wouldn't call it a trend. I would say this particular year, because of that very large entire portion non-renewal, we experienced a loss of acres. When I look back, I wouldn't want to call it a trend. Just a couple years that I've looked back, and the time I've been involved with the program, that is unusual. We haven't
stayed fairly steady.
We tend to gain.
Great.
Although,
thank you.
Other questions? Do I have any cards on this item? Okay. That's the pleasure of the board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay. The board will, at this time, go back into closed session. We will return at 2:30 for item 35. Pardon? Oh, yeah, we should probably do those and get them done. Yeah. On second thought, maybe we'll just go into closed session. Okay, let's go ahead and finish the agenda, because then we can just adjourn from closed session. What? Well, well, let's see how much we have left before we make a decision. It's up to the board, but we have
we left off with, we did 40. So we have some quick policy matters. Then we've got Public Works, Resource Management, and Correspondence. It's up to the board if okay. Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Long think we should, since we have staff here, we should go back to closed session. Okay. Sorry, Charles. Is there something on here that they're really interested in? Okay. Much like the rest of the day has gone, I haven't been on time yet, even starting this morning, so we are late again. My apologies. The board did not conclude its closed session work. We will go back, but we are now going to take the 2:30 and we will complete the rest of the regular agenda, and then everyone can be free to go do something fun and see the sunlight, and we'll go back in the room. I think so. Okay, item 35, approval of the health insurance enrollment and retention project, etc.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Norma Camacho with
Attention.
Norma Camacho with the Tobacco Settlement Program, and we're coming back to you today to look at the Health Access Partnership and the work plan that has been submitted by the partnership. But just to go back and provide some background, when the board approved the tobacco settlement allocation on June 3rd, your board set aside about $100,000 of the tobacco settlement funds to increase enrollment and retention in existing state and federally supported insurance programs. And at that time, your board had indicated that although a portion of those funds could be used for planning, that a good portion of it should be preserved for actual implementation activities that would serve to increase healthcare enrollment and provide access to healthcare coverage. And now, as you requested, we are now reporting back on the results of these planning efforts that have been taking place since late June of this year. And what has happened is the policy direction that your board has set forth has really spurred the community into action, into forming the Health Access Partnership, which has gotten together to tackle this issue. And now this partnership is a mixture of an ad hoc group of community-based organizations, county departments, and also community and county clinics that are vested in the idea that we need to increase enrollment and retention in these insurance programs. And some of the participants in many of the meetings include the Ventura County Health Coverage Task Force, United Way, CAUSE, Ventura County Community Foundation, First Five of Ventura County, and Ventura County Medical Resource Foundation. A lot of the county participants have included the Human Services Agency, the Medi-Cal program, staff people, public health departments, health outreach program and education, and their child health and disability prevention program. And also VCMC has provided staff and input into this process, as well as community clinics such as Clinicus. Now, what the partnership has discussed is that this is an enormous task, especially in light of state legislative budget reductions. And on the state level, what they are doing is reducing the enrollment incentives. They are reducing program promotion and education. They're increasing the administrative burden and verification requirements to enroll in these programs, which inevitably results in local programs' inability to increase enrollment during a critical time when these revenues are needed by healthcare services throughout our county. But what we have forwarded today as the partnership is a work plan which does identify 6 objectives that hopefully will develop a one-on-one community-based case management infrastructure which is cost-effective, which will enroll and retain the target population. And also, it provides an opportunity to partner with our business community to facilitate workplace enrollments. Also, we'll be providing quick access or developing a method to provide quick access to premium payment assistance to families that are under financial duress and are unable to meet those premiums, especially for healthy families, and may suffer, cancellation of their coverage because of that. Also, what we'd like to, what this work plan also does is provide baseline information which documents usage of healthcare services once people are enrolled in the program, and provides a good educational base to make the target population aware that insurance is important, that they need to access preventive care, and to develop a medical home. And so the focus of all of these objectives is not to create a new layer of management or administration, but to complement what is existing and going on in the community right now. And we have documented a lot of those existing efforts in the board letter. And again, the heart of this program just really involves the participation and training of our Promotoras and Promotores Foundation and those volunteer members of that particular organization that are already providing healthcare, insurance information, and service information to the community. And we're hoping that they would also take on the challenging task of providing application assistance and providing case management and re-enrollment into this process as well, through a lot of training and support from the Public Health Department as well as our Human Services Agency staff. And so those activities are meant to be complementary. And our recommendation to your board at this point is to approve the Health Insurance Enrollment and Retention Project Work Plan. And again, we'd be happy to answer specific questions you may have on the work plan and to look for or to enhance any of the work plan objectives by any comments that you may have today. We also have Doug Green from Ventura County Community Foundation, who has been a facilitator in this process, and he has a few words to say as well regarding the work plan process and the implementation. Okay, thank you.
Supervisors.
Yes, Mr. Green.
Thank you for letting me come and speak on behalf of this project. First of all, I just want to say that I do planning with a lot of groups, and this was a particularly rewarding experience to pull so many different people together in the same room and get them all thinking about creative ways to address this problem. And I think the planning process and the resulting work plan are really the product were the product of a successful planning process due to three elements that were key. One is the group had a real shared vision of providing healthcare coverage to as many people as possible in Ventura County. They really have a passion for that work. The second thing I kind of already touched on, there were a lot of great minds working on this, a lot of different people working on different aspects of this issue, some of whom had not been in the same room together in several years. So getting those people together and sharing some of the common challenges, promising practices, I think really strengthened the process. And then finally, we really had solid data on that fed into the project. Dr. Dan Jordan was with us the whole way, and one of the things that the data showed us is that there's a pattern of people enrolling and then getting disenrolled, and enrolling and getting disenrolled, not staying with health care coverage. And so it led us to believe that we have a great system in place for helping people get into the system once, but there are barriers to keeping people involved in the system. So the thing that the plan that we've developed is going to be really productive in a variety of ways, and I just want to hit a couple of them. First of all, it's going to enroll and re-enroll some 1,250 people. But beyond that, it's going to continue to pull the players in the county together for building collaborative relationships, sharing best practices, and overcoming problems together. The second thing it's going to do for us is it's going to provide valuable baseline data for building programs in the future that actually get people into the program and keep them in these insurance programs. And the final thing, my hope as a representative of a funder, is that what we can do is through developing some baseline data on best practices and some history with showing how we can get people into the program and keep them in the program through education and case management, that we can actually attract some additional alternative funding to this project to keep it going beyond year one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maricela Morales? Hello?
Hello. I got here just in time. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. Your unified decision this year to allocate 1% of the 2003-2004 tobacco settlement funds to increase health coverage, outreach, enrollment, and retention efforts that will impact more than 1,500 residents countywide is a desperately needed investment that, one, will allow our local children, parents, and low-wage workers access to consistent preventative healthcare services. Two, will promote an obvious long-term sustainable solution to the financial burden of the uninsured, which is to have and maintain children and families insured. And three, ensures current and additional state and federal revenues to the county for the continuing provision of basic safety net health services. As a member of the Ventura County Health Coverage Task Force and one of many active and inspired participants of the Health Access Partnership for the Tobacco Settlement Program, a county and community collaborative, I cannot impress upon you enough the groundbreaking work that has taken place in the development of the work plan before you. For the first time, representatives from various government departments, community-based organizations, free clinics, and the private sector came together to not just study and discuss the problem of the uninsured, but to plan a collaborative project that will effectively coordinate countywide health coverage, outreach, enrollment, and retention efforts, two, heighten public awareness of existing insurance programs, and three, provide the added benefit of tracking and encouraging preventative service utilization. This is an important step and a much needed one beyond simply providing coverage, and it is linked to retention and better health. With that, I want to remind the board that this is the county's first step, as I see it, in actively addressing the uninsured problem. Ventura County right now is looking to develop a plan that would provide health coverage not just to those that currently qualify for existing programs, but to those that don't qualify through the implementation of a new, some sort of new health plan. And so this first step that the board has taken is the first step that other counties have taken in looking at how to more effectively increase the promotion of existing health insurance programs. As has been said before, the long-term solution to the uninsured is getting folks insured. There are already current state and federal dollars available to provide funding to the county to provide these services. So this is our collective effort to ensure that we get those much needed funds instead of providing the services without any source of revenue. So I thank you all for that very wise investment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. That's all the cards that I have. Board comments or questions? Yes, sir?
I have, first of all, one of my objectives has always been to try to get people into the system that are not in the system and can't afford health insurance themselves, basically poor people. And also attempt to get people who have low income paying jobs, minimum wage type jobs, into the health system, enrolled into the health system. Now, my question is this. We hear a lot of numbers. I heard one the other day that 80,000 people are uninsured in Ventura County. And I've heard 60,000, 40,000. Do we have any idea of how many people are uninsured, do not have any health insurance at all, therefore don't have any health care at all in this county? Yes.
The figures do vary. The latest California Health Interview Survey, which is the newest survey implemented by Dr. Brown at UCLA's Health Policy Center, it is it's meant to be very precise in that they are actually surveying. Instead of taking the information from CPS current population surveys, they're actually interviewing on a per county basis a random sample of folks. And so based on that survey, which was conducted in 2001, the number for Ventura County is at 94,000. Other estimates that come from the CPS ranges up to, over 100,000, up to 17% of our population, which would be about 130,000. But that most recent data is set at 94,000. Of those, it's estimated that a general percentage of about 60–65% are eligible for existing public insurance programs, either Medi-Cal or Healthy Families. So if we're talking about 100,000 folks uninsured, then we're talking about 65,000 that are eligible. And that's both children and adults, but then that leaves another 35 that are ineligible for anything.
See, I've had a number of meetings in my district, and people who are members of the health system, who do have insurance, Medi-Cal, for example. And I have been knocking on doors now for the last 4 or 5 months, taking kind of my own survey, and people, I don't find that many people who are not covered. But I would like you to show me where the people are, because I asked, are you covered with health insurance? Are you covered with Medi-Cal? And they say yes. The group that I'm concerned about, though, and maybe this is a group you're talking about, are the group who are in low-paying jobs without any health insurance. And what concerns me is we have a legal command in this county that if someone comes to the hospital door, you have to let them in. If they don't have any money, you have to let them in. And we brag in this county about a health system that covers just about everybody in one way or another. So I think this is necessary to try to target the groups of people who are not covered by health insurance, probably people in low-paying jobs, but I don't know that for sure. I agree on page 4, and here, outcomes that are, determine if one-on-one community case management is a cost-effective way of reducing the percentage of non-compliant, incomplete applications and reach target populations that were previously not enrolled. I think that's good. And all the others that you have listed here as part of the plan. And then on page 5, I like the way the report is organized, but I still have the question in my mind, where is this group of people, characterize the group of people for me that are simply not covered at all. If you could do that, characterize the group that are not covered at all. They have no medical insurance. They have no health services. If you could characterize that for me.
We need to be moving along.
I understand.
So be very brief, and then
this
perhaps
is really
you
an
could
important question, though. Go ahead.
As you said earlier, it's low-wage workers. The income guidelines for Medi-Cal and for Healthy Families only go up to 250% of the federal poverty level. For Medi-Cal, it's capped at, I think, 133% of the federal poverty level. And Medi-Cal is the only one that covers adults. Healthy Families, which goes up to 250% of the federal poverty level, only covers children. So About 85% of the uninsured, and that again a general statistic, are low-wage working adults and children without documentation. And the Central Coast does have a significant population of children who don't have documentation and so don't qualify for existing public health insurance programs.
Other questions, concerns, comments? Yes?
I just have a quick comment, and that is that trying to find out why people are not staying in the program, why people don't have health insurance, is probably one of the most important 2 or 3 things that we have to do as a county in the next couple of years for the benefit of our citizens and also just for the fiscal health of this county. I mean, this is a huge issue, so I really compliment the group. Quite frankly, when I saw it at first, I was so worried about wanting to get the services of the people. But I went, you know, if we get this data, we have a much better chance of getting those outside grants, because people don't want to give us an outside grant just for a one-shot enrollment. They want to get people enrolled. So my compliments.
Okay, further comments? What's the action of the board?
Move the recommended action, and thank you for your work.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, and we apologize for being late in getting here, but it's been that way all day. Now we will go back to our regular agenda. I believe we are on item 41, which is Linda Parks, Supervisor Parks, a policy matter. Recommendation for appointment to...
Hi, I'd just like to request the board approve Mark Lund to the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. Thanks.
Okay, motion and second. Discussion? Opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 42, Supervisor Long.
Approve Cynthia Smith to the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
Motion and a second. Comments? Opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 43, one-stop streamlined building process and waiver of fees. Supervisor Long has presented this.
I think it's self-explanatory, and I know that I had just all kinds of eloquent things to say about this earlier today, but I've lost them all. But I did have additional information to provide to the board. I know that you've been receiving some via emails that have come either from different agencies talking about their role in disaster response, how they can assist. One was that gave outline on development after disasters and what's available per state exemptions from standard agreements for land use and taxation decisions. One was from the Treasury Internal Revenue Service talking about what's available to taxpayers. And then there have been numerous ones that have come across where I'd like to give some commendations to the private sector who stepped forward to make donations to Red Cross that has really helped to refill their disaster relief funds. But this, I think, is our local effort. We've implemented this in the past under the Green Meadow Fire and the Ventura County firestorms of '93. I know that Kathy Jenks is working with the cattlemen and ranchers to help, deal with hay and feed issues affected by the fire. Our ag commissioner's working, and the one I'm going to pass out to you is from the Office of the Governor, Unemployment, Disability, and Payroll Tax Assistance available for California wildfire victims. So I think this is just an additional tool that I would hope that we can support for those who need it. That's my motion.
I second it. It's this and the next action are both appropriate with fires and slope. It is too bad that it's late in the day for these things.
Because they are very important ones.
Very much so.
I'm assuming that this is the same action that we've taken in the past, so that...
It is.
Okay.
I checked that resolution, etc.
Okay. Any further comments? Yes, ma'am.
This is to get the one-stop streamlined building. Is that the item?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I didn't hear the motion clearly. Thank you.
Okay. Is there motion second, opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 44 is support federal legislation that would amend the Economy Act of 1932.
Again, this is self-explanatory. It has been in the press because we know it's been a significant issue, probably more so in our southern counties that were so severely damaged by the fire. But I've asked Sue Hughes to give us just a quick update on further action that's taken place since this was filed on this matter.
Good afternoon, Board. It's a long afternoon, isn't it? Sue Hughes for the CEO's office. There has been a little action on this piece of legislation. It seems as though this piece of this amendment was put into the House bill, but the Senate could not agree on this particular amendment, even making it a pilot project for 2 years. So that part didn't get in the Senate bill. So as a compromise, Congress as a whole decided that they would ship this item off to OMB and let OMB decide the issue. So they have 120 days to send a report back to Congress saying whether or not amending the Economy Act of 1932 would be a good thing to do in view of the fact of getting those C-130s off the ground. So that's where we are today. I've talked with Congressman Galligley's office. They're sort of hoping that your board will decide to support the board letter as it's written, and then when we come forward in January with the 2004 agenda and platform, that we incorporate this on there in case it's revisited.
And that would be my recommendation.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Yes, ma'am?
I appreciate Supervisor Long bringing this forward. It really seemed like it was an issue of special interest kind of getting in there, and it's not certainly for the public good that those planes stay on the ground.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other comments? Is there any opposition? I didn't think so. Good job. That will be the order, and we will assume staff will just bring it back. I did notice on your letter here, however, Colonel Ed Bellion has retired. He's no longer. They let him play, but he's no longer the commander for it.
We'll correct that.
146.
Okay.
He's out playing around.
And you're right. Well, that just happened about a month ago. We'll correct it. We'll correct it.
Couple 3, but that's okay.
Thanks.
Oops. Item 45, recommendation of Supervisor Long.
This is one that, just hold your nose and see what you want to do on it. But, this is coming to CSAC next week. That is as eloquent as I can get. It is coming to CSAC next week. This is one of those, okay, and I'll take some good words that were given to me. Do we see the future and hope for reform, or is this a finger in the dike? Reform is the issue. But frustration is what's brought this coalition of CSAC special districts and the League of Cities to propose putting this on the ballot. As you can see from the steps that have been provided in the letter, that there has to be the AG read of it, the petition gathering, and financial support committed from all of the counties to help raise monies for this statewide initiative. So I need to go into CSAC next week, who are going, and be able to say, in concept, this is okay, this stinks, whatever we'd like to say. Was that eloquent enough?
Just, if I may, a correction. It would be as I read it, the individual board members that could support it, but not the county itself in terms of financing.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah. That is very correct. Yeah. We cannot use taxpayer dollars to. That's very correct.
It would fall on us to be fundraisers and support or not support. Supervisor Bennett.
But if I could clarify, but the board could take a position in support.
Yes.
We just couldn't
Yes.
spend taxpayers' funds.
Correct.
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 County Council.
Correct. And we've sat here since the first shift of local revenue and just expressed total disgust and frustration with being able to get the reform issue addressed, being able to protect our revenue so that we don't have the volatility of state actions that have hurt us so drastically over the last 10 years. And this local taxpayers and Public Safety Protection Act is just a result of total frustration. So.
Sure. I understand that, and I agree with what you said. This is quite a list here, and one of the difficulties that we have is that we are continuing to build budgets with a ballot box.
Mm-hmm.
Like education gets this much, and they get this. This kind of looks like another example of that. We really need much deeper reform. This really isn't reform in my view. Mm-hmm. It's kind of just a Band-Aid approach. And we do need some deep reform in how we raise money to provide services. We just don't do it well in California and maybe throughout the United States. But I think our problem is primarily due to the ineffective legislature. And it's a legislature that simply does not gain the experience because of term limits to deal with issues like this. And therefore, anytime there's an effort, I remember when Willie Brown was the Speaker of the State Assembly, there was an effort, but that effort was put on the bookshelf and never really looked at very seriously. We should look at it seriously now. And CSAC, I hope, and the League of California Cities and other organizations, including the Ventura or the Taxpayers Associations, and every organization can come up with a reform plan and start with the plan. It's going to have to be done.
Now, what this will do, it will achieve one goal. It will put a cap on the shift of any local revenue if it passes by the voters. But then from there forward, it really does become some ballot box budgeting if, in fact, the state has to, make any changes to what that cap in this initiative calls for. So.
Other comments?
And it's a cap that doesn't restore what we lost by any means, and probably forever will never allow us to even revisit that issue. So.
But I think this is the result, as Supervisor Flynn was saying, of the state's, power taking funds from the county, and we also have special districts and cities, counties, everyone joining together. And I think just the process that got us to here, is indicative of what we're getting here, which is really trying to lock in the ability of the state to take funds at the local level. And just from my perspective here at the local level, these are the services that go to the public. And for the state to continue to grow and at the same time taking from the cities and the counties is not in the good of the public. And I think it is a strong message to the state. And if it does get adopted, I think that would be that would help solve the problems that we're having. So I'm not having a lot of concern about this, because I think it absolutely addresses the issues that we have before us in terms of the grab of money away from the local communities. So I support going forward with this. And I think it does send a really strong message. And maybe, something will be done in the interim with the new governor that will help address these issues. But it is a very loud message and one that needs to be sent.
Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. One, I think voters support local government more than they support state government. I mean, we just had the fires. We just had, just bottom line, these local services, because they're real, they can touch them, et cetera. So I think that that speaks to this proposal. However, the dynamics of this is very difficult to achieve. I mean, there is no fundraising arm. I mean, the supervisors, can you imagine all the supervisors in the state of California out there raising money and putting it into this and trying to coordinate that, and because cities and counties won't be able to spend any of their funds. I think we have to recognize it's very difficult to do because it's dynamic. This kind of thing has been floated before. In my mind, I would not be ready to say yes, no matter what, I support this. So I would want to take this as a conceptual, move it forward, because there are advantages of just moving this forward in terms of keeping the pressure on, so that as they look at at the VLF, they say, hey, we better find a way to backfill that, or else these guys may put this thing on the ballot. So keeping it going, I think, has good positive impact. It's sort of a mild endorsement, yes, with the right to revisit it after, because who knows, they may change the language a little bit. They may, a lot of things may change, or things may change at the state level. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, well,
I'm not in support of this. I understand the frustration. We've all sat up here and said exactly the same words and pounded on the dais, and I've been known to call them idiots more than once, and I think all of that is true. However, to me, it would be terribly disingenuous to support something like this when we talk about the issues we're facing with our own public safety ordinance, and the fact that you really shouldn't tie the policymakers' hands when it comes to budgeting and when it comes to finance.
And I think that this, as Supervisor Long said, this is a finger in the dike. As soon as it gets passed, believe me, the state legislature, if they want the money, will find another way to do it. And they do that consistently. So, oh, they're very creative. I think that Supervisor Flynn was correct in that this is going to take a major restructure. Yeah, you finally got one, John. A major restructure of the financing of government in the state of California, probably in every state, but I'm not worried about the rest of them. And it started basically with Proposition 13. I have nothing against that whole movement. I don't mean to say that, but that did shift the power to the state. And when that happened, then we became worse than stepchildren. You know, we were the addled aunt locked in the cellar until we were needed. And so I think that to go forward with something like this, maybe to keep the pressure on, but like Supervisor Bennett said, it's been tried before. And I don't think this addresses the real issue, and that is the totally dysfunctional form of financing government in this state. And so, I would not be willing to go forward with a ballot initiative. For me, it would be terribly disingenuous. I have said too many times how I feel about ballot box government. And so, certainly if the majority of the board wishes our representative to carry the message that it should move forward, that's fine. But if asked individually, I would have to say that I don't support the process, and I do not believe that it will solve any problems, and truthfully will create so much acrimony that I think they will take great delight in the State House in trying to figure out how to end run us. So that's my comments. It appears that actually Supervisor Long could take all those comments and say, but the majority of the board is supportive of keeping it going.
Well,
I think that's what
could
I
I
heard.
carry forward the in-concept support?
And that's my feeling, is it's the message that's important.
Yeah.
I want them to look at us and pay attention to us, and this can get their attention. And concept works. Actually going to the initiative process, going to the campaign and all that is another matter, but I do support the message that it is sending.
Okay.
That would be the only reason I would support it. It does have a message.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion on that? Do you feel comfortable? Keep the pressure on. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay, item 46 is Supervisor Flynn. Appointment to the aviation. Okay. I have a motion and a second for Supervisor Flynn to appoint Stephen Allen Weiss. Actually, he's recommending we're appointing. To the Ventura County Aviation Advisory Commission. I see no objections. Next item is a report back from Supervisor Flynn regarding Transportation Commission issues. Supervisor Flynn.
What I'd like to do is continue this for a week until I can get some addition. What happened?
2 weeks. We don't meet next week.
We do have to be prepared for the December 5th VCTC meeting, because that's when the item will be taken up again. There was quite a debate the other day, but I'd like to have it continued until I can talk with some others in Sacramento to find out about the alternate issue and try to get more information about that. So I'll continue it for 2 weeks.
Okay, so it's continued to the 25th of November. Next item is amendment to agreement for the operation and closure of Simi Valley Landfill and Recycling Center regarding adjustments to the county surcharge.
And that was a request, and I'd suggest that you refer that back to my office for a little more work on.
So done. Item 49. I lost my list this morning of the amendments to the agenda. I apologize. Item
3:30, I get
49.
more influential.
Acceptance of an O3 Wetlands Protection Development Grant.
Number 49 is a timely and, in my mind, good item. As your board is aware, there are any number of programs and studies and projects going on in Ventura County that affect our watersheds and wetlands. And this grant will provide money to allow county staff to coordinate and participate in these efforts. It will provide money for us to significantly improve our database in the area of wetlands. And from my point of view, it will allow for a good, healthy look at our processes. In my mind, there's a lot of agencies involved, a lot of duplication. There's a lot of opportunities to do things in a clearer way, more consistent way, and a more streamlined way. And hopefully with less surprises for those trying to do projects. So basically, this money would be used. About half of it will go to pay for staff. The other half, which will be spent actually in the front end, would be to help improve our biological database. So I would enthusiastically request the recommended actions, most of which relate to the financial aspects of it.
Okay, are there any comments or questions? Supervisor Parks, comment?
I'd be enthusiastically willing to move this item.
Okay, that's what we needed at this time was enthusiasm. Do I have an enthusiastic second? Okay, well, let's say that there is no opposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Item 50 is correspondence. Motion to receive and file, a second, and no oppositions. The board will now go back into closed session. I will give the board a 5-minute break before we go into closed session, and we will adjourn from there. We will be dark next week for the CSAC conference, and we will return on the 25th. Have a good week.
Madam Chair, were we going to revisit item 26?
Did we have to?
There's a report that was not included in the package.
Oh, right. Somebody failed to remind me. And it's another one of those rolling blackouts. I've been having them all day long. I guess I need to check my energy consumption level here. Item 26. Yes. What were we actually going to do? Continue this for a week?
That was going to be my suggestion to my...
Well, 2 weeks,
2 weeks.
excuse me. We had that all day. She caught me. She's delighted.
Yeah. The board handled this with the rest of the consent calendar. I would just request that you go back and remove it from the consent calendar and continue it 2 weeks for the filing of the referenced report and approval.
Okay, do I have a motion? Okay, motion and a second to remove item 26 from the consent agenda to be returned to the agenda on the 25th. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for reminding me. Now we're done. 5-minute break, folks, and then we go back to work.
Overtime.